Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of suicidal mania.
All right, morning. If y'all hear some noise in the background, y'all know who that is. That's the lady that helps to clean my apartment, my Latina sister. And we're gonna have a conversation today. But before we get into all of that, right? There's a few things we got to touch on before, we get into the main part of the show. There's a guy on the flyer called Vybz Kartel. And I don't think shout out to Mika. I don't think a lot of people are aware that he did 13 years in prison. And allegedly he had killed a man, and they used some voice notes and all that stuff. But one of the reasons why he's out is not because if he's guilty or innocent or whatever. It's because of what the police actually did. The police actually may have doctored some of his voice notes. And for those who don't know the case about Vybz Kartel, it was alleged like he was trying to run dancehall like an area don, and he may have been responsible for different people being dead and all that stuff. But besides all of that, since the guy has come out, he's created what I would call one of the biggest rebirth of dancehall worldwide. He had Billboard magazine sit down with him for 24 hours. He's nominated for a Grammy Award. He's the biggest viewed dancehall artist since he came out. He probably was before he came out. And he did, I don't know if you know the song named Fever. He did that song named Fever. And a lot of people, I don't know, man. A lot of people have been running towards this guy. Some people are upset that he's out, but it is what it is at this point. What's up, Stupies? You wanted to add on a little bit?
Yeah, you put in some misinformation a while ago. Vybz Kartel got off because one of the jurors were tainted.
And no, went to the... I'm about to get into that. I got a whole video on that. Don't worry about that. We ain't got to
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I'm actually looking for the video to break it down. I don't know why I can't find a video. But what's going on with you, by the way, my brother?
Everything is good. Everything is good. Eating my breakfast, some dumpling and banana and some mackerel cooked down. So that's my breakfast. Sunday morning thing. Wife look after me. Appreciate it. Thank you, Iris.
All right, cool. Let me play this video real quickly. This 4-minute video of why Kartel is actually free, so people could get an idea that what's going on. Hold on. Here we go.
You know who has something in common with both of them? This guy, Vybz Kartel, the Hannah Montana of Jamaica. Musician and El Chapo have in common, you ask? Nothing. Stop playing around. But you know who has something in common with both of them? This guy, Vybz Kartel, the Hannah Montana of Jamaica. Musician by day, gang shot caller by night. But see, Vybz Kartel had a problem. His double lives were starting to collide. But see, first, what you gotta understand is he ain't no regular artist. I didn't mention Michael Jackson for no reason. His influence around the world is so great. He basically started that whole dance hall craze in the 2010s. So you know his influence in his home country of Jamaica is Michael Jackson levels, easily. But what you also gotta understand is I didn't mention El Chapo for no reason either. Police claim he's called the shots on hundreds of, and his gang is responsible for close to thousands. As you can probably imagine, a Michael Jackson, hundreds of people is not a good look, so the Jamaican police do something about it. They arrest him for one. The Jamaican people said, not guilty, so they let him go. But in the process of the first arrest, they were able to search his house and found evidence for another. The Jamaican people said, nah. Police said, wait, listen to the evidence first. And this sparks the longest trial in Jamaican history. Because see, the thing is, this isn't an ordinary trial. To some, Vybz Kartel represents the common man, making it to the world stage. To others, he represents everything wrong with Jamaica. In fact, many Jamaicans believe that he had a personal hand in their family member or their friend. So the stakes were high. Now, about that evidence I was telling you about earlier. During the trial, prosecutors bring out his phone, look at the jury, and read, "They gonna never find his body. That thing out of here." Vybz Kartel's lawyer said, "Whose phone is that?" The prosecutor said, "You know whose phone it is." They then proceed to play a voice message from Vybz, basically saying, "I'm finna go crazy on bro." The guy they saying, that guy, I'm finna go crazy on him. And last but not least, they play a video. One dude standing with a pickaxe, another dude has red stuff all over his shirt, and Vybz is standing. Yeah, when he come in, one of you do this, and the other person do that. But here's where things start to get wicked, because they got all of this from his phone, right? But see, they started finding other things in his phone. Phone calls he didn't make, text messages he didn't send. Allegedly, police were using his phone to say, "Hey, guess who phone I got?" Meaning that the evidence had been tampered with. His lawyers go, "Yo, you got to throw that out." Because now we don't know if those messages or those recordings were just added in. The judge said, "All right, jury, you guys ready?" His lawyer said, "Wait a second." Judge said, "All right, jury, you guys ready?" The jury goes, they go to the back. They're like, "All right, we all know he's guilty, right?" One dude goes, "I don't know." They go, "Are you stupid?" He goes, "No, but I got money. Y'all want money?" They say you're not guilty and you get $500,000. They said, "We're telling." They go to the judge. They say, "Judge, one jury member offered us money if we said not guilty." The judge says, "Shh." Vybz Kartel lawyer goes, "What did you just say?" "Mistrial." Because you see, at this point now, the evidence has been tampered with. The jury has been tampered with. It doesn't matter which way they're influencing the jury is being influenced. The judge goes, "All right, jury, you guys ready?" The judge forces the jury to continue without that member. They say guilty, and boy, the streets erupt. They had to call the army out because people was losing it. Vybz Kartel's lawyer is calling for appeal after appeal after appeal. It's getting denied after denied after denied. Until after 13 years, his case reaches the United Kingdom Judicial Committee. Listen closely. Jamaica was a colony of the United Kingdom. Even though they're basically independent today, they're still technically a Commonwealth realm, meaning that the king or queen of England still rules over them. But it didn't really influence much, but as you can see, they still have ties to the UK. The UK looks at the case and they go, "What is going on in Jamaica?" They said, "Jamaica." Jamaica said, "Wagwan." Britain said, "Salutations. Also, you got to let him go. Or you can do a new trial." Now, this wasn't a very hard choice for Jamaica. They let him go. Boy's still recording music and is on top of the charts from jail. He goes on interviews. He still calls shots. They lost most of their evidence and the people would riot. So they decided to release him on health reasons, which he actually did have health issues. And well, the city rejoiced.
Yep. So basically, that's what happened with Cartel and the whole thing that happened. It's not an issue. So, Stupies, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, he's right. He's 100%. That's basically what happened. But that murderer should never come out of jail.
You know, it's funny that we grew up in a Christian way in Jamaica, right? And we feel like thou shalt not kill. And we're anti-homosexual in Jamaica, very big time. But it seems like the rules that we claim to supposedly be anti, we support the most. And it's crazy that the family of the guy who he killed, who also may have been responsible for other people dying, is saying, hey, kill him and da-da-da-da. And the Jamaicans don't care about if he did it or not. They just want the music. It is the same thing with the R. Kelly up here. People don't care if R. Kelly did whatever he did. Just put out the music. So that's what happened. If people don't know what happened with Vybz Kartel, a lot of people ask me why I don't do a show about it. One day I might do a whole show about it, but at the end of the day, that's basically what happened, why he's free. But while he's free, there was another case where he called a guy, I don't know if you're familiar with the artist named Zebra. His name is Michael Reed. And I think
you mean the one in prison for SA? He's out now?
The Zebra, the artist. I think he was out at the time, and he had something to do with Ron Butler's death. And Kartel, they said, had something to do with it. So they were trying to trace that when he came out to try to bring another charge, and that's a whole brouhaha mix-up. But I say, you know what? His show made over 14 million in Jamaica.
That's not true.
He got paid 3.8 million. Yeah, the show made a lot of money. The pay-per-views, the going to the show and everything made a lot of money. I wouldn't be surprised if it made that much money. I really wouldn't. I'll combine 8 services.
They have to be giving away tickets. They have to be giving away tickets.
No,
they gave away a lot of tickets and they discounted a lot of tickets.
Listen. I'm not attached to it. And as a matter of fact, I was no longer a Kartel fan because him and my favorite DJ was at war, at odds, which is Bounty Killer. And so, but seeing that he's pushing a different vibe, he has come out. He seems a total different guy. He's preaching unity. He's not preaching badness. And I'm just saying, he's beneficial. He's benefited the culture more out than actually being inside. I'm just saying.
You're actually saying a lot. You're actually saying a lot. How much of it is real, we don't know. But that dude can't change. I knew that dude when he was black. The first time I saw that dude.
Oh man, shout out to Kartel, man. Shout out to Kartel, and I hope whatever he's doing is positive, and it is what it is at this point. What do you feel about the whole dancehall? Who is the king of dancehall right now? How do you feel about that debate?
Dancehall dead. Whether we like it or not, dancehall is dead. There's no king. The biggest show in Jamaica happened a couple of months ago, and it was a Beres Hammond Master Griffith show. A show with some oldies from 20, 30 years ago. And that was the biggest show in Jamaica. Sting,
was a huge hit.
But the Barry Salmon show was bigger.
It wasn't. It wasn't
yes,
bigger. It wasn't. Soupies, you hate Kartel that much?
No man, I love Kartel. I know Kartel in a personal level.
No form of reason in your heart right now. His show that he did at the stadium was much bigger than Bujo and White College show. It was much bigger, brother. It was much bigger.
If you ask who went to the both shows, they will tell you that the Bujo show was a better show. It was a bigger show. It was. But the Kartel show got a lot of hype because it was his first show back. But even the talent that was on display on the show could not compare to the older artists from 20 years ago. That's why I know that dancehall is dead. When was the last time you actually hear a dancehall song that you liked? When was the last time the Jamaican clubs are Jamaican singing a dancehall song from Jamaica?
I don't think you're in tune to dancehall like you used to be.
No man, dead as nail.
You wouldn't say that because there's a lot of hits that crossed over from the dancehall right now.
Like? You mean the girls them, Spice and all of that?
No, You have Shensia, right? I'm gonna go to my playlist real quick. Just prove up. Hold on. Relax. I'm gonna go to my playlist that I have, my personal playlist.
Mm-hmm.
You have One Bigs done. You have Jada Kingdom. You have Bounty Killer. You have Skilly Bang. You have Skeng. You have Dexter Dot. You have 450, who is killing it right now. You have Bounty Killer and Sham, who came out with an album like a year and a half ago that they're still doing their thing, Time Bomb or whatever. You have hold on, let me tell you right now. You have, of course, Vybz Kartel is back out. You have Massacre, who is the biggest artist in Jamaica right now, who has crossed over. You have the guy, what's it? Let me F up in a
It's something about 2-year-old now, 3-year-old now.
Some crossover big time last year. Big time.
We're 2 years old now. That song crossover early last year or 2023.
Dancehall is not, well, that you must not be in dancehall at all, because there's a lot of songs that dancehall. Popcorn, I forgot Popcorn. I'm sorry. Popcorn, who's running the place hard. Squash. Yeah, you know? So I'm just saying, you're saying that dancehall is bigger than ever right now, and especially because of coming out.
Dancehall is not bigger than when
TJ, right? There you go. TJ, Popcorn, Coffee, who get the Grammy, Squash. You have Governor. You have Massacre. You have Shensia. You have all these artists that are crossed over and doing big things in Jamaica. So you're saying
I agree, but guess what? You are combining almost the arts that you're combining is almost over a 2 to 3 year period. When we start doing that in dancehall, dancehall was used to be hot and vibrant. The next hot thing, next hot thing, next hot thing. We never had the 2 and 3 year combination to justify whether dancehall is good.
I think you out of the loop, bro. I think you out of the
No,
loop.
I'm not out of the loop. I listen to it, and I have brethren I listen to it.
All right. Anyway, let me move on to the next topic. Charleston White coming for versus Tariq Nasheed. I should have played this last week, but I never got the chance to play it. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this video right here.
He started off with a bang, continuing from what was a great year in 2024. The beefs are many and the shade is plenty, and nobody does the shade better than Mr. Charleston White. Now, to be fair, Charleston White is an agitator. He will say and do almost anything to go viral. But if he's consistent on a person or on a thing, he must have some problem with it. And his issue with Tariq Nasheed has never really been direct, because Tariq Nasheed doesn't really make commentary about Charleston White, and Charleston White doesn't make commentary about Tariq Nasheed. But as you know, Tariq Nasheed does have supporters who may like what Charleston White does. And so sometimes you will see a Tariq Nasheed supporter going to Charleston White's YouTube channel or on live. And then that actually happened in 2023. How did it go?
Charleston White laugh, and whoever FBA is, FBA, you broke. I ain't waking up putting Charleston in nobody's comments. I'm waking up trying to get some goddamn money. Federation of Black American. Y'all ain't damn white, but I ain't went to war with the Christian blood, so don't come over trying to represent when I'm fighting gangsters. You either join in, give me some money, send me some guns and some bullets, and or come, but don't come trying to represent your organization. And you ain't took on the black business, killing the black on black. You and whoever started your Federation of Black Association, and your mama, whether she dead or alive. And if you got black babies, your black babies too.
So he didn't mention Tariq Nasheed by name. He just mentioned FBA because somebody came in and said FBA. And I'm not sure if he knew what it was at that particular time. But then again, Charleston White is having a Twitter space or a live stream with some of his fans. And then again, somebody brings up the name Tariq Nasheed.
Listen up, black folks. This the type of Tariq Nasheed ask us to check. You got to check those types.
Tariq wanted to be a pimp at first. Don't give a damn about no Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed. That she started out wanting to be a pimp and couldn't pimp. So then he come trying to pimp on y'all. We don't give a about Tariq Nasheed. This grown man and got on here and repeated what Tariq Nasheed done said. I ain't never seen Tariq Nasheed in the community doing a thing. He's always been on camera talking. See, I come from the bottom, starting out in the community doing. I started doing before I started talking. The actions speak louder than words. This black son and got on here and said Tariq Nasheed. That started out in the pimp group over there with goddamn me Rosebud and man, come on now. Don't do us like that, repeating what Tariq Nasheed said. Now, had you quoted Marcus Garvey, you probably would have had some, but this come with Tariq Nasheed. You and Tariq.
You seen Charleston,
Man,
you
I don't
getting
want to hear none. Y'all sound stupid now. I don't want a bunch of dumb coming over here talking. Y'all sound stupid and you sound too anxious to talk.
Love going
Y'all
for
ain't got
Travis.
nothing else better to do. Y'all ain't got nothing else better to do on New Year's Eve than to get on here and talk. Getting ready for a goddamn comedy show, 2 shows, and boy, the numbers is looking good tonight. I just got on here to practice some of my stand-up comedy on you dumb. Y'all got to be stupid in the mother. Y'all got to be the dumbest Americans since Dr. King motherfucking ass. Y'all got to be stupid in the. Dr. King was dumb in the talking about let's go eat with white people, and we're getting hit across his goddamn head. I ain't gonna go eat with now. Trying to harm me. Yeah, you know what I mean? Y'all done got on here and really think y'all really think I'm gonna let y'all talk. This ain't that kind of party. I want to be heard. Don't nobody want to hear from y'all. Everybody want to hear from me.
So now he's saying some things about Tariq Nasheed, which are very interesting. He's saying that Tariq Nasheed used to be a pimp. He is now trying to use the community. He's saying things like, Tariq Nasheed is not really out here. He's pimping the people. He basically is using the people. He's using the community, and he's not out there on the grind. Like Charleston White allegedly used to be out there on the grind, basically calling Tariq Nasheed a race hustler. And that, remember, he used to be a pimp. That's interesting, right? I'm going to deal with that. But on the flip side, when he talks about white people, he says things like this.
And they mad about it. And I'm mad about it too. It was a much better country when white people had more power. Yeah. They have less power. And they have a right to be afraid of what America's gonna come to, because we mad at the wrong white people. And today's white people had nothing to do with what our ancestors went through that none of us got to witness.
Facts.
But we want to punish them for it.
Yeah.
And then it gets worse.
And then all the migrants and the foreigners coming in with their attitude and resentment just toward America.
Yeah.
And we joining in with them to go against a country that freed us, feed us, educate us, and clothe us.
Yeah.
Now, the last 2 statements are very interesting because, again, he has problems with Tariq Nasheed and Tariq Nasheed's past life, but then he don't have a problem with white people in their past life. So this is what a lot of people have always brought up, that Tariq Nasheed used to be a pimp. Tariq Nasheed used to be a rapper saying demoralizing things. And let me just say this. People have their own past lives, okay? If Tariq Nasheed was really a pimp or he was just teaching somebody the art of macking, that's one thing. That was something in his previous life. The question is Tariq Nasheed doing that now? That's what we need to deal with, right? Is he doing that right now? And the question is, most of us got something in our past that we don't like, and we're changing up and we're doing something that's different. Let me give you an example of Charleston White. Charleston White just said in this clip, the first one that we played, that basically he's out there trying to help the black community fight against gangsters. But Charleston White himself was a gangster, went to jail for murder, all right? He got out of jail and went and helped the community. Charleston White also talked about how dumb rappers are buying hella jewelry. And then Charleston White goes out and then he buys all the jewelry of the same rappers he was criticizing. So the idea is a lot of people are hypocritical. It's easy to call out somebody else when basically you're doing the same thing. If you can go to jail for shooting somebody and come out and help the community, I think he should be able to do whatever he was doing in the past and come out and help the community. Also, let's talk about where Charleston White gets his income from mostly. It's crazy because Charleston White will go out here and he will kiss the butts of white people saying they taught us and they clothed us, they fed us. Come on, like, what are you talking about? They freed us? They put you in slavery, okay? And this whole idea that, well, those are the whites of those days and that's the whites of today. Are you serious? Like, white people benefit today from what their ancestors gave them by pillaging other groups. If you go to any European country in the West that's benefited from slavery or colonialism, and I can name one right now, Belgium. So can you say, well, the whites of today didn't do that? And they didn't, but they have surely benefited from it. It's the same thing with a lot of the stuff going on in the United States with the white people that's there today. They have benefited socially and economically from what they've done towards blacks. So if black people have a problem with where their position is in the country, and we do understand that blacks can do a little bit better, but the idea is that yes, there's unfairness and there's injustice. So I don't see a problem with black people having an issue with that when they have been at the bottom and are still at the bottom, and whites are still toward the top as the majority in this country. But then again, he can come at somebody black, and then he's doing the same thing of what he's accusing the other guy of doing, which is crazy. And let me just say another thing too about Charleston White. Charleston White goes around talking about the black sector a lot. Who pays Charleston White the most? The black sector. You don't see Charleston White going on white podcasts, and white folks bringing him in for the most part, paying him his $15,000 fee. No, that be Say Cheese. That be Anton Daniels. Those are the African Americans, the comedy shows. Those are black comedy shows. Those people that's putting Charleston White right now are the blacks. He's getting his money from the blacks. He ain't getting his money from the whites. The same as Tariq. Tariq get his money from the community. Same thing as O'Shea Duke Jackson. So you want to criticize the community that actually put you on. And that's what I don't understand about black people. You want to get on in the community and then talk about the community and then try to go and get on the side of white folks who ain't going to give you nothing. How many people have we seen go through that and lose? What about Myron? What about Tommy Sotomayor? They all tried that and lost. And they lost big time. So maybe that should be a warning to Charleston White. Bro, you need to appreciate the fact that the reasons that you have what you have right now is because of black people on social media that support you. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Jackson back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junker.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Stupids? What's on your mind?
Listen, that is the best BJ scene I've seen from a blue movie. O'Shea Duke Jackson went down on Tariq Nasheed like a white woman in a blue movie.
Oh, man.
No, let's be honest. He double spoke. He said Charleston White was making his money from white people. Then he said Charleston White was making his money from black people. What I've realized is that Tariq Nasheed to these people, to his followers, is beyond reproach. Whether it want to be unbiased sport or whether it want to be O'Shea Duke Jackson. Once you question Tariq intent, the Tariq Defense Force, the FBA Defense Force, springs into action. And they say, no, you can't question him. We have witnessed Tariq Nasheed from he was the biggest Pan-Africanist 5 years ago. Before that, 5 years before that, he was the biggest Mac. He was his rap album. This dude is a chameleon. He switched to fit his environment. There's nothing wrong with it. He's making money. And if fools come to you, a fool and his money shall soon part. I have no problem with people taking fools' money. Right? Tariq Nasheed has put out 6 hidden colors that was crowdfunded, praising black people all over the world. And then all of a sudden, these same black people now become tedders. That's the word, tedders. And the FBA right behind that word, because tedders is the new N-word, you know. As soon as somebody who comes from somewhere else and has an opinion, he's told that he's a tedder. And I step back from the conversation because I know that FBA is as dead as ADOS and the reparation claim. Remember when Trump was running for the first time, Yvette and Tone, reparation. And as soon as Trump now is in power, where's the reparation talk? Where's all that talk? It is dead. But all of these defenders jump in.
I'm not going to go there with that, but let's move on to another topic. And shout out to me. This is from her timeline. When Ong asked the question last week, but we have another person who asked the question. What is the purpose of being a Hebrew Israelite? Let's take a listen to this.
3 times. I said that, okay, for you, no, I said, what does it do for you with you being, with you believing that you are a Hebrew Israelite? What does it do for you? You said it gommons you. And then you went on this monologue. So then I had to bring it back and say, how does it govern you? And then I caught you. No, then I caught you. Real quick, then I did. I said, if someone, a white man or an Asian man, follows the same, if they read the same Bible that you read and they interpret it the same way you interpret it, and it governs them, what would be the difference? The only thing that will be the difference, it will be a hierarchy based off ethnicity, which is racist, which is immoral. So do you believe that race?
I answered that by going in the Bible, and I immediately said God created the identities. That was my answer.
Wrong. And then I went into the, you went into the Bible and you read some verses.
But you said I didn't
and then
answer the
I went into the
question.
Bible and I read some verses as well.
I didn't say you had to agree with me. You said I didn't answer the question. So
but you didn't answer the question, though.
God is the
one.
No, you
didn't.
We did not create whites, Chinese, Africans, Arabs. God created the different races of people. We didn't create that.
But the whole point
yes
is how you interpret the Bible.
I
got it. The whole point is that the part that you focus on and how you interpret the Bible is all based off of race and identity.
The Bible does.
It's not based off of.
The Bible says he showeth his word to Jacob.
I can read so many verses, man.
Does the Bible say he showeth his word to anybody else?
Acts 10, 30, verse 34 to 35, right? Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism, but accepts every nation, the one who fears him and does what is right, not about identity. So what I'm telling you is we can go verse for verse. Real quick. No, stop it there real quick. I just want I want you in the chat to understand something. Every other Hebrew Israelite that's in here, what we're doing here is, and I think that he's not understanding me, but I am understanding him. And I'll just sum it up and let me know if I got you wrong, right? Let me just sum it up. And Kat, here's where you can actually correct me if I got you wrong, because I want to be genuine of you knowing that I understand you. But yeah, I think we're speaking over one another right now is because
you're not answering my question. And when you went
I'm gonna get to that,
I got you. Asked if I could just read the next verse, and you can I just read the next verse?
Cap, I'm gonna get to that. I think the confusion is, and why we're speaking over one another, is because there's. I think that you think that I don't understand you. So let me just still man your argument. So then you know that I understand you, and I'm being genuine, and I'm not being fallacious. So what your stance is, Hebrew, everyone, God will accept everyone in heaven, as long as they are good. And not only good, but they repent from their sins, so on and so forth, right? That is correct. Everyone has a chance to go to heaven. Do I have that correct or do I have that wrong?
That's wrong.
Okay. So, all right. So that's something that I didn't know. So even if someone is morally good and high virtues,
you're saying like as an Israelite or anybody on the planet Earth?
So no, I'm saying, let's just say someone in
position, right? You're saying what I
believe. I want to understand your position. So you could correct me if I'm wrong now, because I think we're talking over one another. Go ahead.
My position is clear, and I got is two questions I want you to answer. But
I'm gonna get to that. But state your position.
The children of Israel are the chosen people of God. That's who Christ died for. Those are the people that if they repent when Christ returns, we have the opportunity to be in the kingdom of heaven with God. The other nations will be in that kingdom, but they won't be the first class citizens, so to speak. So it'll be a class system. The Israelites that obey will be the first class. The other nations will be second and third class. All of us in the kingdom, all of us serving God in that hierarchy. That's my position.
Okay. But anyone, so is there anyone that's excluded from that? So anyone that repents, like you said, in the name of Jesus, is anyone excluded of that, or can an actual white man?
If you're not an Israelite, it's not for you. Like I know you keep focusing on white, but an African is not for an Asian, an Arab. They don't have. There's a judgment that has to be.
I get it now. That makes sense. I get you. So my question is, those people that I know they won't be in the top of the hierarchy, but those people in other nations. Do they still have a chance to make it to heaven? Yes or no?
As servants, like there's a judgment.
Okay, so they can still go to heaven, but they'll be servants.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it going to heaven because the heaven is a condition. It's not like the term.
Okay, so they actually don't go to heaven.
No, that ain't what I said. In any kingdom.
Well, you said that you wouldn't call it heaven.
For them, it wouldn't be heaven for them. So any kingdom.
So then that means that they don't go to heaven.
Explain it. No.
Okay.
In any kingdom, you have rulers and you have servants. To the rulers. The rulers of the kingdom will be the Israelites. The servants of the kingdom will be the other nations. I can read that. When you go to Isaiah 14:1, it says, and the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. So here you have Israel being set in their land, the other nations joining them. Verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. So that's how the kingdom of heaven will be. The children
Got
of
it.
will rule.
So that's
Now,
that's
wait, now,
that's
can I
what you
get
believe in.
Can I?
All right. Shout out to Mika for clipping that, because Brother asked the same question last week. And this is not a lot of folks who support me with my history and my archaeology and my stuff. They happen to be Christians, and some are claim to be Israelites. I think one thing we got to understand. Soupy, by the way, you want to add anything before I go in?
Captain is delusional, and your book dispute many of the things that he said, because you had a conversation and you put it in writing and print. And when I listened to him, and I realized what is the purpose? What is he searching for? What kind of acceptance these Hebrew Israelites, these so-called black Hebrew Israelites that didn't come off the slave ship in America? But then that is your area of expertise. I will give you expertise. Although you don't have a doctorate on this, you wrote a book, a very compelling book, disputing many of these beliefs. And people, anybody out there who listening who hasn't got Garfield book, I think it's still on Amazon, right, Garfield? They need to get your book. They need to get your book, and they need to read your book. And then they realize that the captain needs a white man to come and beat him up like how Lord Jamar got beaten up. And we in the community is going to put our hands on our head and say it's happening again. But a white man is going to come and beat him up because he don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just using the same bully mentality. In a good debate, if you're the captain, supposed to have a debate, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, a rebuttal, you would wipe the floor with him. But people not going to take it. They're going to say, oh, Garfield don't know what I'm talking about, although you have a book. But he needs to get his floor wiped. He needs to beat him up. Just like Lord Jamar. We need to get all of these stupidity out of the community.
Mika, who was talking last night, Mika? For the discussion last night. Let me say this first and foremost, right? And I'm trying to be as kind and respectful as possible. The Black Hebrew Israelite movement, and they hate when I use the term black. I'll use it on my platform. They don't like the term black being used because they said it's racist, right? The fact of the matter is they're the ones that originated that whole situation of calling it black. And in fact, I will stop using the term Black Hebrew Israelites if I won't use it on Corey Brewer's platform. I won't use it on Captain Tazaric platform. I won't use it on my brother from Sons of Thunder's platform. I won't use it on any of their platforms. But any other platform I go on, I have the right to do it, because this is the issue that with the whole thing. And I'm going to talk about them for a little extended time. So if you don't like the so-called Black Hebrew Israelite movement, you're going to excuse for a second. I'm going to play a video, right? And I want people to realize I am the most feared person you'll find, because I'm in their spaces. I listen to them. And whether I agree with them or not, I listen to them, and I kind of sympathize with why folks want to be an Israelite or not. I sympathize with it. I'm going to be honest. I sympathize with it. And although I know they're wrong, and I'm using no, I know they're wrong, I understand why they're in the situation they're in. So let's take a look at hold on one second. Let me find this guy's page real quickly. Abu, if I could find Abu's page. Hold on, let me see if I could find his page. Because I want to say if we use a term, and we got to be respectful to brothers and sisters. They say, hey, Garfield, I don't like this name, and I don't like to be called Black Hebrew Israelites. But the problem is when your leadership uses the term, it puts you in a bad light. It makes it look like, okay, so you don't want us to use the term, but the leadership in the positions are using the term. And I think that's where we go wrong with the whole thing. Hold on a second. Let me find. Hold on 1 second here. Hey, what's up, my brother? Or sister? I don't know who just jumped on. Here we go. Because I like to give people a fair opportunity, and I want you guys to tell me if I'm wrong. Shout out to Genesis, shout out to Sakari with Gorilla Hebrew, shout out to Hassan, shout out to everybody. Now, I want to be honest with everybody. I think when we use the term Black Hebrew Israelite, it puts a light on them. But where did we get this from? And I wanna show this video real quickly before I speak on it. And this is why I continue to use the term, although I don't do it on purpose, but sometimes it comes out. Look at this term right here. Let's look at this right here.
And then when we come out, there's a term, I think even you said when you introduced Captain Akkad, you called him a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's like saying the N-word.
I'm going to declare to you that.
Now, this is Passover with General Yohana, April 2014, right? Now, when did General Yohana come out and say, I made an error in the past? Or when did Captain Tazaria come out and say, hey, what? My leaders made an error in the past. I'm here to correct them, such and such and such. All right, watch this. This is what you do with leadership. Because what happened is you're in a hierarchy where your leader is the man. So he's the one that guides you. So look at him at Passover. Look at it.
Tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest Black radical organization on the face of this earth.
That's right.
See if I'm wrong. See if I'm going to declare to you tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest Black radical organization on the face of this earth.
You already know what time it is. I am PK.
Paul had a lot of credit, but Corinthians gave him no credit. You ain't as.
This is another leader. This is the leader of IUIC who possibly has the most members and is most active in the eyes of the ADL and all these groups. This is the biggest, quote unquote, Black Hebrew Israelite group in America.
H. Paul, you ain't done nothing, Paul. That's the mentality of the Black Hebrew Israelites today.
Stuff going on and all this information, and I'm talking to you Black Hebrew Israelites. You still arguing amongst each other, arguing about the name, arguing about multiple wives. You're worthless. You have nothing to bring to building the nation up and to doing what Christ said.
When you look at a lot of these religious organizations, I don't care who they are, be it the Black Hebrew Israelites or the Nation of Islam, the Jewish people,
the Black Hebrew Israelites or the Black Hebrews of Dimona. Many of their leaders came out of our movement. Our rabbi, in fact, taught Ben Ami, who was the leader of the group in Dimona. And there were several philosophical differences, ideological differences, theological differences, and thus Ben Ami and several other members departed.
So now when you have people calling people Black Hebrew Israelites, then that put them under the BIE. Most people say drop the black. We ain't used that in a long time since back in the days when everybody was black and proud. Just use Hebrew Israelite. But Hebrew Israelite also carry a negative connotation politically in the world.
Hold on 1 second. Let's look at this right here.
Greetings. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace to people of goodwill. So back on March 21st of this year, 2024, the Genesis 49ers channel had a video exploring a standard yet controversial aspect of One West Israelite theology and anthropology. And about 13 and a half minutes into the show, Tazariach, a high-ranking member or captain of the Neo-ISUPK, posted a comment in the live chat, which they put on the screen. And his comment was objecting to their use of the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite, or its acronym BHI. You see, Tazariach claimed that this term is racist and is an attack on Israelites. Now, this sort of objection has been floating around for years, perhaps for over a decade, but it's still a relatively new one in the grand scheme of things, and it's an artificial objection as well. You see, it's pushed by men who are either unfamiliar with or not entirely honest about the history of the Israelite spectrum. Now, in the interest of charity, I'll assume that Tazariak was merely unfamiliar with the history of the term, but he's part of a group which seems to have a leadership which is not entirely honest about that history. For example, the leadership of the neo-ISUPK has not been entirely honest about how the name of the school at One West was Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge, not Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Israeli, not Israelite. The neo-ISUPK doesn't have exactly the same name as the old school, but they lead people to think otherwise. But whatever the case, the point that I'm trying to make there is that while Tazariak may be sincerely unfamiliar with the history of this topic, his leadership might be familiar with it, at least the man at the top of his group. And for him to allow men under him to think like this is questionable, right? But I wanted to make a short video which quickly gets into the history of this phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite. So you see, it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who introduced this phrase. For starters, Shalik ben Yehuda wrote a book back in 1975 titled Black Hebrew Israelites from America to the Promised Land. However, in the past, when I've brought this point up on social media, certain Hebrew Israelites who want to hang on to this polemic would object that they've never heard of Shalik ben Yehuda before. And, they'd say that for all they know, he might be an agent, right? Okay. So let me cite another example. Let's cite One West itself, right? And here I want to say that I personally remember around the time that Braveheart was in theaters. So we're talking like the mid 1995. So before the House of David split, in fact. But around that time, mid 1995, when Braveheart was in theaters, Arya, one of the leaders of One West, was in Times Square, and he was repeatedly using that phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite, whether in the singular or the plural. And he was using it in reference, partially in reference to that film, to Braveheart, right? And I'm telling you, I was right there on the sidewalk. I personally witnessed Arya say things like, William Wallace was a Black Hebrew Israelite. And then he would say, Edward the Longshanks was a Black Hebrew Israelite. He would say it just like that. And then he declared that Longshanks was a wicked king. And I guess at that point he felt like segueing into other wicked English Israelite kings. And so he declared, King Henry VIII was a Black Hebrew Israelite, but he was wicked. And then he would talk about, his divorces and all that kind of thing. For real, that really happened. And, then Arya went on to say that the Scottish were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the English back then were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the Irish were Black Hebrew Israelites. He repeated the phrase over and over again, and I witnessed him do that. And then he went into that bit. I don't know, some of you are familiar with this, but I personally witnessed him at that moment go into the whole bit where, he says Brit means covenant and Ish means man. So British means covenant man in Hebrew, right? Which makes for quite the awkward fit with Lashwan Kudash. But whatever the case, my point in sharing that anecdote is that I personally witnessed Arya himself, a leader over One West, repeatedly using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelites, plural. Now, I understand that some might reject my personal account and say that, that they don't trust me, they don't believe me. Okay, well, in that case, the old ICUPK website, the website of One West, is archived. You can look at it online, and I'll share a link. I'll share a couple of links in the description. And if you go to their old merchandise page, that they had up in the 90s, you'll see that back in the 90s, they were selling a 2-volume book, a 2-volume set, this a couple of books that were titled, quote, More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites, end quote. Now, someone like Tazariak might not have ever known that.
I want to say this, right? Remember, this is them putting out. They had a book that was over $100. More Amazing Facts About Black Hebrew Israelites, aka Jews, volumes 1 and 2. Who's putting this out? So now, 20 years later, we're told that this is a racist term. So if this is why my book is called Misinformation and Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, is a reason why I named it that. Because that's what I grew up in the 90s hearing about, the Black Hebrew Israelites. We know who we're talking about. And by the way, too, in America, Watch this. In America, when you say black, you mean African American, ADOS, FBA, descendants of slaves. So that's what the word identifies you. When you use the word black in America, the context, you're referring to you. So you're saying that the blacks in America have the opportunity or possibility connected to ancient Israelites. So that's why it's Black Hebrew Israelite. There's no other reason, because it was started here in America. That's the name of my next book, Made in America, where I'm going to have the Moorish Science Temple, the 5% Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, the different groups, the Black Church, different groups that connected to the African American experience, the Rastafarians, all connected and started here in America. I'm going to point out this was all made in America. There is no such thing as a Black Hebrew Israelite. There's no such thing as a Hebrew Israelite. It is made in America. That's it. The Nation of Islam said that we're the original Islam. It was made in America. Jehovah Witness, made in America. That's it. So we could play the game. Oh, maybe I'm connected because this happened and we came off the ships and da-da-da-da. There's nothing. I got my brothers in the chat. Not Nazarene Hebrew Institute. Disrespectful when the Caucasians used to be disrespectful in these. This is true. The camp started that. I agree. It still is disrespectful when the Caucasians use. No, it's not disrespectful. You're trying to make it disrespectful. That's what you call yourselves. And the word black is referring to African Americans. This is where it started. We have to acknowledge the greatness of African Americans to use the Bible to create a whole movement based off of what they did. They made it up here. So if you're a part of a camp, I'm not disrespecting you by telling you this story, but the truth of the matter is it's made in America. This is why it's so hard. We got to fight. Nazarene Hebrew Institute of Technology. We got to fight to prove that you possibly here. It's made in America. We ain't got to fight. If I bring Tariq on, it's going to be like, yeah, more science temple started in America. Who's going to deny that? Who's going to deny the Nation of Islam started here in America? He's the first person to talk about the 400 years. The Nation of Islam, 1555 to 1955 is the 400 years referring to Genesis, whatever. This is where it all started. And we got to be truth and honest about it. Honesty. All right. Now watch this. So let me get this right. The label created by their own group is now racist? Yes, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's racist. But let me finish playing this video by my brother Abu. I gotta give his channel a shout out too.
But what does it say about old timers like Johanna, who's the leader of the Neo ISUPK, or Tahar, the leader of GMS? What does it say about these men? And Tahar, by the way, has also gotten on board with this complaint about the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite. He even, had his members sort of launch that as a polemic against FOCAB, right? But what does it say about these men, these old timers who go all the way back to the 90s and before, like Johanna, like Tahar? What does it say about them that they don't inform the younger men they influence about this past use of that phrase, that the leadership in, at One West was itself using the phrase in a positive sense? But whatever, I'll stop this video here. I honestly think this little bit that I've shown here puts the nail in the coffin of this objection. It's a relatively new thing to complain about people using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or the acronym BHI. But it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who originally used that phrase. They introduced it to others, and that's why it became part of the common parlance. And that's even why it was picked up by their critics, because it was just sort of, part of the common conversation about the group. Oh, one last thing on a closing note. If you check out the order form on the old ICUBK site, they have the relevant book listed for $110. That's the price that's listed. I don't know. That's strange.
In the 90s, One West sold a book for $110, which was titled More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites. What?
Keep your 10 commandments. You up, my brother?
Oh, okay. I was just waiting on you, man.
All right, go ahead, beloved.
Man, you know, I talked to you, I think, last week or something like that. But I'm glad you're speaking on some of these things, because I thought the God of Israel was real and the Creator at one time. I've been there.
Okay, I got you. Hey, before you make that comment, hey, NHIT, my brother right here, that's always on Brother Bereen. If you want to come on Thursdays, we have pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up, where you could come on and prove, where people in the audience will put money up, you'll put money up, I'll put money up, and you could challenge in a couple of weeks, just to let everybody know who's watching now. Every Thursday at 8 o'clock, I'm going to start probably 7 or 7:30 on Clubhouse. We're going to do a preview show. We're going to come on here, prove you who you are. I'm going to prove I'm a Western Central African. That's what I am. And you could prove that you are an Israelite. And I'm going to have people of different persuasions, Orthodox Jews, different people come on and prove who they are too. So it's not just black folks in general, but everybody. I don't think anyone can prove they come from Jacob or Abraham, just for the record. White, black, red, or yellow. It's all mythical stuff. It's all a literature, and we're using a literature to decide how we live. And I got to say this to everybody that believes in the Bible too. And this is not a disrespect. You want us as black folks in America, who have probably been the worst of the worst and treated the worst of the worst in the history of mankind, to now believe that some guy who lived 2,000 years ago died and resurrected and ascended to heaven, and we are waiting for that guy to defeat our enemy. This is what you want us to believe. Think about it for a second. Everybody, you have a right to believe what you want. But this is what you want us to believe and wait for. Is that reasonable? I wouldn't, if I'm not saying, listen, family. I'm 100,000,000% sure Jesus is not coming back. It had nothing to do with belief. It had to do with facts. There's no man that has ever died and resurrected. It's a belief. And people dying for their beliefs is nothing new. People did it for the Eleusinian mysteries. They died for their belief. I'm not disrespecting or violating, but you want us to wait for this. You want us to be a part of a wait and see program. That's another lingo that I invented. You want us to wait for this Jesus to come back and execute judgment and talk with a bold face like I'm in the truth. What truth? What truth? It's serious. So think about it for a second, no, family. If you're a Christian and you're living righteous, right? I treat people, and by the way, too, I live by the laws and the commandments to the best of my ability, because that's what I grew up on. I grew up in America. So I'm going to live by the laws that's in this culture. I'm going to live by the Christian church that I grew up in. I'm going to live by the laws. What I'm saying is this, and I don't want nobody to take this as a disrespect or a shot, is you want us to accept your religion and then hope that we have a better life in the future after we die while we suffer here on earth. I learned that from Elijah Muhammad. He said, sit yourself in heaven at once by accepting the truth. That's what the NOI teaches. So if we keep the commandments, how is it that in Deuteronomy 28, I never hear anyone who is a quote-unquote Hebrew Israelite, right? Shout out to Alton Johnson, my Christian brother in the building. A Hebrew Israelite always say, let's live by the commandments. How come they never mention Deuteronomy 1 to 14? How come Deuteronomy 28, 1 to 14? How come they never mention that? We don't want you and we don't need you. Hey, it's fun, bro. I don't take. Mr. Siley said Garfield, no. But I'm talking to my Christian family. I love y'all because I do believe every black person should become a Christian. And the reason is because it's the strongest network for us to unite. So it has another purpose in my eyes. In your eyes, you believe, and we could argue about Catholicism, Protestantism, who's following the Bible, who's following Acts 15, who is this, who's following Paul's writing, is Paul right for that? But watch this. I'm going to ask y'all a question again. If you notice, if you live righteous and you live your life, the same thing that happened with a Buddhist and a person from follow Hinduism, that follow an Aboriginal Australian who follow his indigenous culture, it's the same thing go happen to you all. We all gonna die, and we pass the principles on to our kids. And this is how we live forever. We pass the principles that we were taught, the good principles, and pass it on to our children. Keon White is saying, you speculating. I have never speculated in my life. If you ask anyone in the audience who believes in the Bible, who wrote it, when they wrote it, why they wrote it, how it came to be, they can't tell you. They can't tell you. They just believe because I believe. I don't think I was a true Christian when I was a Christian, because I just literally just believe. Because my parents put me in a religion. 9 years old, baptized, everything. Boom, Calvary Gospel Assembly. Shout out to that church. All I'm saying is this. If you have a connection to God, you don't need to join a church. You have your own personal connection. That means you have his beeper number, his cell number. You could contact him through telepathy, whatever. You don't need a church for that. But what people do need a church for is to join, like in a cultish atmosphere where you need to join. You're in the truth, my brother. You're in the truth. You don't need that. You need to study on your own. Farrakhan used to have this tape that said how to become a god. And all he talked about was the principles of how living righteous. That was it, step by step. It wasn't nothing. He wasn't teaching nothing crazy. At the time, I thought he was all of that. Well, he wasn't teaching nothing crazy. Pascal wager is a fallacy. So they say, oh, I'd rather know that if I believe this, Garfield, on the wait and see, you do have a good point. I may not agree 100, but yeah, I made that up. The wait and see program. You're waiting to see the judgment of the God you believe in. And if you decide not to, you say, well, what if it really is true and I lose my spot in heaven? That's how they keep you in the church. So now, if you don't come to church and fellowship with other people, you're not going to make it. Now, bear in mind, I do support the black church. Because of the black church, I am here in America. Because of the black church, we have integration, which some people disagree with. How could you disagree? How could you be on YouTube bragging all day about you got the truth and hate integration, when you know if integration wasn't in fact, you wouldn't even be on YouTube or Clubhouse or on Instagram or TikTok. It would be a TikTok. You'd have a TikTok and a black talk. You wouldn't be on TikTok. But Tommy, if you want to challenge me, Thursday is a day that you could challenge me. Again, I applaud brothers for trying to live by the rules, the laws, and statutes and commandments. But when we teach that this is the ultimate truth, remember what I said last week, 170,000 people die daily. Daily, not annually, daily in the world. 170,000 people. Come on in, Morpheus, with a good word. Come on in, my brother. All right, anybody want to add on? King J, you want to add on? Keep your 10 commandments. You want to add on?
Yeah, I'll comment real fast. My phone died. I would say that kind of like it's always been though, like no matter what the state has always imposed whatever religion that the state religion may be, and the local people or peasants or whatever they may be have still held on to their local deity or traditional religion, despite that. You understand what I'm saying? So even if it may be Christianity, we all may not be subscribed to that, and that just may be because that's the religion that the state has
put in place. Exactly. So if we were colonized by Muslims, we would have been teaching that something totally different. Let me say this again. I do support the black church, because the black church to me is one of the strongest networks of black folks in America. And if we really want to push a narrative or push anything, we need to politicize the black church, in my opinion, and make it the bomb as far as what we do and what we talk about and the things that we say on a daily basis. The network is unbelievable, and we need to support the black church, not because of their ideology, but because of what the potential it is actually for America. Because America is listen, being a Christian or being an Israelite doesn't stop white supremacy. And I want to make that clear. It does not stop white supremacy. White supremacy is an idea. You can't stop an idea. That means 200 years from now, we could all be Christians. That doesn't mean white supremacy died.
Right.
White supremacy idea. But hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. What I want to say to everybody is, if I could find a religious belief that could stop white supremacy, stop whites from being racist, stop them from redlining us, stop them from charging us more interest rate because of our skin tone or our cultural identity, stop mistreating us, stop abusing us, stop doing things and putting out things that psychologically affect us on a daily basis. If your religion could stop that right now, I will join. Right now, no doubt. No doubt. I'll join tomorrow.
Hey, Garfield, so check it out. It's 6 of us on the panel, right? All 6 of us kind of represent probably 6 different geographic locations, backgrounds, everything.
Facts.
So, and what if we're able to get like some trade amongst each other, like economically? And no matter what our ideology is, we're able to get some bread.
Yep, the black church right there. I'll join the black church in a minute. So why do you work with the white man against the Israelite? So now this is a fake profile, by the way. This is probably somebody I know who is scared to come on and say who they are. So why do you work with the white man? Which white man do I work with? Give me a name. Give me a name. Have you ever read my book? Garfield is a white supremacy agent. So this is somebody who has a fake profile. And let me help you out, fake Tommy. Let me just ban you off my channel. That's a fake profile. You're not man enough to come forward and say what you're supposed to say. You rather hide behind something. Put your real name up. Put your real name up. Listen, I'm going to say this to everybody. If you can't stand, that's your faith. And I could say things that affects how you develop your faith. But I'm saying it's made in America. That's my stance. We have a right to make up a doctrine in America. We have a right to make up a language. Dr. York did that. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's when you feel like you have the ultimate truth and everybody else is a piece of junk, then you're going to run into opposition and people that have a disagreement with you because, you know what, I'm standing on this truth. And no matter what, that's the truth I'm standing on. But your truth that you're standing on is not reality. It is not reality. And I'm gonna give a quick point and then I'm gonna go around with everybody, right? I propagate hard from a belief. Nah, you're speaking from an Abrahamic faith perspective, brother, because you want us to be Muslim. You can't see a failure in your belief. Garfield has Ashkenazi Jewish DNA. He's an agent. Again, another fake profile. Let me put you on the stage because that's where you want everybody to see. I do have Ashkenazi DNA. So what? That makes me an agent? Wow. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate the viewership. Now, listen to this carefully. We speak about the doctrine, right? Israelites vamoosed at 70 AD and left out of Israel and ran into Africa and ended up in West Africa and then ended up over here because of Deuteronomy 28, right? Now, let me ask everybody on the panel a question, including my brother Keon. Do you think, I don't want to put it on you like you believe this, do you think Israelites assisted in compiling the New Testament?
Well, Jesus was an Israelite for sure, so it's based off of an Israelite.
No. Let me ask the question again. Do you think Israelites assisted in compiling the New Testament?
I mean, well, yeah, to a certain extent, they would technically be followers of Christ. So I would guess they would be more likely called Christians more than Israelites. But
all right. So
yeah.
who can you tell me the Israelites that assisted in putting the New Testament together, compiling it?
No, not deeply into the history of it. I know a lot of the New Testament is what's the word? They're giving props to certain names, such as like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But more likely they were written down by groups of people. That's basically my knowledge of it.
All right. Now let me say this. So when you're talking about compiling of books, right? You start talking about compiling and putting books together. The first New Testament that we ever have in history was by Marcion, approximately between 130 of the Common Era and 140 of the Common Era. Marcion, who's from Sinope, he was a guy that tried to buy his way into the church by donating a lot of money. And he put together 10 of Paul's books and a book that was similar to Luke. Now, that's 11 books. That's the first New Testament. He's not an Israelite.
Yeah, but okay, but can I ask a question real quick?
Listen to the history, though. Listen to the history. Okay. He's not an Israelite. The second person that's tried to combine and put books together was a guy by the name of Tatian.
Okay, but
Robert, stop! Don't interrupt, bro. Trust me, I'm gonna let you speak. Trust me, I'm gonna let you speak. Now look at this right here. Marcion wrote nothing. You see, that's another thing too. People who believe in the Bible, and no disrespect, y'all don't listen. I said, who compiled the New Testament? I never said Marcion wrote it. If you notice, I said he put 10 of Paul's writings along with a version of Luke. He put that together to make his own New Testament. I never said he wrote it. He compiled the books. So, Robert, you don't know what you're talking about. Now, when he compiled the books, there's a gentleman by the name of Tatian around 160. He was a protege of Justin Martyr. I asked, did Israelites compile and put the books together and decide, hey, we're going to use that book, we're going to use this book. Now, watch this. Tatian at 160 decided to put all 4 of the Gospels that we have together, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and write something called the Diatessaron, or called Harmony. This is 160. This is the compiling. Now look at more compiling now. Around 182 AD, there's a gentleman by the name of Irenaeus. He calls the 4 books the lynch mark of when you're going to put the gospel together and books. He put together 22 books at that point. Irenaeus is not an Israelite. Tatian is not an Israelite. Marcion is not an Israelite. So now we have Irenaeus putting 22 books together, which is those 22 books are actually in the Bible today. Then you have the Mauritanian canon. Mauritanian canon has the Apocalypse of Peter, which is not allowed in the Bible today because guess why? It says Jesus didn't die at the cross. It was somebody else, and they switch bodies like how the Quran teaches. So now these are the traditions of the compilations by the year 200. That's what we have available. By 280 or so, Origin now comes with 27 books. But his book, some of them is like he accepts it in one part and some parts he don't accept it. So it really wasn't a complete 27 books. So the books that we have compiled was not put together by Israelites. These were put together by non-Israelites. This is what I can prove. So go ahead, Keon. You could add on or add on to what I just said. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, yeah. So I've heard this argument before. For you to be able to compile books, the books have to already be created, right? There has to be some type of reference or some type of book that was already written down somehow. So it's the reason why people are saying that that's a straw man argument and why it doesn't really make it any less real, I guess, per se, or whatever you're trying to use argument for.
I never said that. I never said it was less real or more real.
Let me finish. Can I finish? I'll let you finish. Okay. So the reason why people are saying that it's not really a good argument is because, again, yes, it was probably not compiled or actually canonized by an Israelite, but they were still written by Israelites, written about Israelites, and written about Jesus Christ himself in particular. So regardless of who canonized it to make it seem, because there were so many different versions of it that was being created over the times, of course. I mean, so we do have to canonize it down because we have the original pieces. So let's compare the original pieces to all these other different pieces that's being created at the time. And let's make it so that this is what's correct and this is not. So that was the purpose of canonizing in the first place, because again, the story was being written out of whack by basically people who just wanted to, I guess, have it come up at the time. So that's the only reason why I was trying to kind of like stop, like kind of get in between what you was trying to say, because again, it was still written by these people about these people in particular. The canonization is not the creation of the New Testament, if that makes sense.
Garfield, can I say something?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me just respond to him real quick. You know what? Go ahead. It's not, go ahead.
Okay, let me say this, right? Everybody was listening. Brother, you're making an argument that he's not making. He's making his arguments is compiling. He asked about influences. He didn't ask who wrote it. The question is specific. He asked about compiling. So you're making an argument that he's not making. So can you please address what exactly it is?
I'm addressing it by saying it's irrelevant. that's
No, you can't say. You cannot stop. Nobody talked when you talked, bro. Nobody talked when you talked.
That's not true. But okay.
Nobody spoke when you spoke. I didn't speak when you spoke. Give me the same respect. But then again, he's asking about compiling. I don't know if you know what compiling means, right? Because it seems like you don't know what compiling means. Right. So can you address that? Don't go off. Don't kick the can down the road to something else that he's not talking about. Right. Just address
my answer, regardless of what you're trying to frame it as what I'm doing. I can.
You're answering something we're not asking.
My answer
but you're answering a question.
If you don't understand my answer,
no, we don't have to talk. Hold on. Time out. We don't have to talk over each other. It's just one at a time, and we grown men. We are grown men. All right.
Yeah, and I feel as though that we should have respect for each other to actually understand each other. That this is my answer, regardless of what you were trying to have me say. I could care less. So we're grown men.
Don't answer to what you think he's asking you. Right. Don't answer to that. Answer to the exact question. Answer to the question that he asked, and not the question that you think he's asking. Answer to the question.
Morpheus, my answer to his question about the canonization, about Marcion, Pantheon, or I forgot the other guy's name, I'm sorry. The other guy's name is that it does not matter. Because his framing of the canonization is like it's the creation of the New Testament. So that's his framing of how he's saying it. I'm not speculating here.
Hold on, Keon. Yes, that is the creation of the New Testament.
Thank you.
Exactly. So okay then. So Morpheus, why are you interrupting me saying that I'm wrong? I know what he's talking about.
Wrong I know how he's talking about compiling.
The compiling of it is what I was referring to, how it got to where it got to.
But compiling does not mean the creation, though.
Hold on. By the way, is Luke an Israelite?
No, I don't believe he was.
So the reason why I asked that is because Luke is not an Israelite, and he wrote about the history, So I'm saying no. We act like it's only Israelites alone can write about the Israelites.
That's not what we act like. No one said.
Hold on. You do realize there's over 300, 400 writings within that period that refers to Jesus, right? Like the Gnostics. The Gnostics talk about Jesus, but and another thing too, they write about him as him being a historical person. They're saying that he didn't die in their traditions, like Basilides. They're saying that Jesus never died. They're saying he lived, but he never died. So what I'm trying to tell you is that whoever made the decision of the development of the canon is very important, because if we look at the Mauritanian canon, for example, right? This is the point. The Apocalypse of Peter is in the Mauritanian canon, and it teaches that Jesus didn't die. But that's in the canon. So when we talk about what's in the canon, it's important because in some canons, Jesus didn't die on the cross and he didn't ascend into heaven. So when we talk about the canons and putting together, what if that had made it all the way up to now? But that was taken out by somebody making the decision to remove that out of the canon.
Yeah, with no evidence, right? Or no reason.
The humans. So whether they're so is the fact that he never died and he never was on the cross, is that a part of the Israelite history?
No, clearly.
How you know that?
How do you not? I have more evidence. I have more evidence of me knowing that than you don't. My evidence is based off of the narrative of the story. Based off of the narrative of the story,
do you want to bet on that?
Ahead, bro. Never mind.
Listen to what I'm saying. You can't say you have more evidence. There's more evidence saying he never died on the cross than actually on the cross. If you want to hold on.
We're not talking about historical.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. because I don't want us to get emotional. All right, I'm not attached to the Bible.
Stop interrupting me.
All right, let me say this. Let me say this fairly. There is more writings saying he never died than he died.
That has nothing to do. We're talking about Gnostic text. Again, you're trying to conflate two different arguments. In the Gnostic text, they created a narrative that is the side of the Bible's narrative, of the complete Bible's narrative at the time. That's their evidence. That was their reasoning to take it out because it made the story not make any sense. It's not just because they just decided. It's not. Hold on. It's not just because they just decided because we're the white supremacists and we can do whatever we want just to take it out. They had evidence, and I guess it's because you have this NOI background or this Muslim background why you would want to dismiss that evidence. But I mean, hold
on. That's a stupid statement. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I mean, if you can speculate,
that's a dumbass statement, bro. Tighten that up.
Calm down.
Tighten that up, bro. Tighten that up. That ain't got nothing to do with NOI background.
Now you gonna talk about me and my tactics, and then when I bring up yours, now it's a fight.
Save your Master Farad Muhammad out of this.
It's okay. Ahead, there's nothing wrong with having. Go ahead. Yeah,
I'm good.
Check this out.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Look. Okay.
Can I speak?
Gabriel.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, look. Earlier when I was speaking, I was basically saying that, it's a religion. It's not a bloodline, and I think we need to just accept the fact that it's a religion, and it's got some good things in it, but we can't make it. We shouldn't make it a bloodline, even though we want to do that because of whatever reasons. So, that's the issue. I think that's one of the main issues. Like just like Christianity, that's a religion. That's not a bloodline thing. That's Islam, same thing. Muslim, same thing. All that stuff. So it's just religions. It's man-made religions and man-made books. And if the creator wanted us all to know that was the truth, the creator would tell us. We wouldn't have to keep being not brainwashed, but being tricked and manipulated into these religions to say that, oh, God gave these religions and he spoke through these people. Well, how come he's not speaking today to us about that stuff, that same stuff then? If the creator is real, like they say, I mean, that creator particular, the Bible God, then he would talk to us like he did Moses and them. There would be no need then there wouldn't be no confusion. Evidently, that confusion is there because man has made that book and that religion, and it's confusing people because they taking it as if the creator of heaven and earth gave it to us and spoke it to us. But I got a lot more to say on that. I just want to see the response on that.
Yeah, I think I mean everybody gonna have their own opinion. But I do want to make a point about the New Testament though. My point about the New Testament is it's always been in other people's hands outside of the Israelite community. I'm not really worried about the Christian community with this conversation because they like to say this is an Israelite book. So if it's an Israelite book and the 70 AD they supposedly had gone into Africa, who is constructing and deciding which books we should put in the Bible? That was really my point, Keon. That's what ultimately I'm going to. I have no problem with holding to a Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. I have no problem with holding to any of the books because even if you look at the development of the canon, Eusebius, let me go back and show you guys what Eusebius said. Eusebius in his canon, right? Eusebius canon, he had an issue with Hebrews. He had an issue with James, the book of James. He had an issue with 2 Peter. He had an issue with 2 John, 3 John, and Jude. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm saying the right person. Yeah, Eusebius. Origen had a problem with 2 John and 3 John. So there's always been, but as far as a completed canon, you're talking like going into the Codex Sinaiticus and going into Athanasius of Alexandria. He had 27. What year was he, by the way, too? I need to know what year he was. But if you look at the canon, Didymus the Blind, if you look at his canon, you don't see a complete canon with everybody until you reach like the Latin Vulgate, the Peshitta, the Bible of the City. No, well, they didn't have a complete. You don't really see a complete one until like around the 4th century. What I'm saying is the development and people who choose which books. So when people talk about the Apocrypha and certain books, the Wisdom of Solomon and all these books, These books are later on where people put in their appendix and say, here what? And then King James, when they're putting that Bible together, they decided to put it in the canon of the King James. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about in the 1500s, people ultimately making decisions of which books. This is again outside of the Israelite paradigm. So you are following that way too. To strengthen my "it's a white man's religion" argument, is that I'm saying as a descendant of slave, I would not know about the Bible if it wasn't through the slave trade tradition, or being under slavery. That means when Paul Bogle picked up the Bible, when Sam Shaw picked up the Bible, when Bedward picked up the Bible, all these people are descendants of slaves who learned about the Bible through slavery. So I have a right to call it the white man's religion because I'm not connected to the ancient Near East when the Bible was put together. I'm connected to West and Central Africa, and I'm connected to the Bible only as a descendant of slave. Yeah, all right, I got you, mommy. So that's my argument. Go back to the original argument.
Okay, so Garfield, right? So we're jumping off the important point that you made about the New Testament and not coming from being compiled from Israelites, Hebrew Israelites, right? Can we go back to that point because that's very important?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Let's go to that point. So first of all, let me ask this: you wouldn't interpret the New Testament from the lens of the Mormons, would you?
No, sir.
So then why would anyone interpret the Old Testament from the lens of the New Testament? The same way you would not interpret the New Testament from the lens of the Mormons. You wouldn't do that, would you? Of course not. So why are people interpreting the same thing, right? The Old Testament from the lens of the New Testament? That's my question.
Right, they shouldn't do that. I agree with you.
Right. So that's what they do. But that's what they're doing. Say it again.
How are we doing that in your opinion? What do you mean by that?
Okay. The you have a separation between the Jewish or the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament or the Christian Bible. Those are two different sets of books and so forth. So that's why I asked you the question about, because the things in the New Testament, right? The stories and things in the New Testament, and Garfield made a good point about those books not even I can make the argument about Mark, right? Who's the first gospel. Mark is not a Hebrew Israelite. No, the scholars don't agree that Mark is a Hebrew Israelite. And if he's the first gospel, and then you get Matthew, who is copying his information, or he's getting his information from the first guy who is not a Hebrew Israelite, then we get Luke also, who's copying, because the sources for Matthew and Luke is Mark, the first guy. And the first guy is not a Hebrew Israelite. That's the point that Garfield was bringing up.
Now, hold on, before anybody responds to that, right? Look at this comment right here. I like this guy right here. I like him a lot. The arguments leave landscape. The original Mormons are Israelites. They were people of color. Joseph was not white, and the pictures were false. He wasn't dark complected, but was of color. I think he's mocking us. I don't think he's being serious.
Yeah, he's not serious.
He's serious.
Oh, he might be serious because some Israelites think the Mormons were Israelites, or the Book of Mormon is
Yeah. I don't know if he's being. I think he's being facetious. I don't think he's need to read Pies of. Oh my God, he's a pseudo. He's a real pseudo. But let me say this. Everybody mute up 1 second. We got some bad background. I'm gonna mute everybody up. All right. Let me say one point that I think it's a very important. He said, I'm serious. Oh, you're really? Oh, man. All right, my brother. Peace and love to you. And thanks for joining the channel today. Make sure you subscribe. One thing I got to say, though, and you could tell the conversation I'm having is a very good conversation. When you look at Ignatius, right, he mentions parts of Matthew, Luke, Acts, Romans, 1 Corinthians, Ephesians, Colossians, 1 Thessalonians, right? He don't mention any other books. When you look at Polycarp, Polycarp is more deeper because he knew Ignatius. He mentions Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Acts, Romans, 1st, 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, Hebrews, 1 Peter, 1 John, and 3 John. So now you're getting an idea of what books are being circulated. You have an idea. Then you look at Valentinius and the Valentinians. He mentions all 4 Gospels. Then Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians. The same books you see Marcion, he's kind of close to Marcion as far as Paul's writings. He mentions 1 Peter, 1 John, and the book of Revelation. Then when you go to the next church father, Justin Martyr, all 4 Gospels mentioned, don't mention nothing about Paul, and he knows Revelations. Has to do with the area where he is and who he is. Irenaeus mentions all the books except Philemon. He didn't think Hebrews was genuine. James was genuine. He didn't mention 2 Peter, 3 John, Jude. He didn't mention. The first person to mention Jude in a writing is Clement of Alexandria around 180 AD or 200 AD. So you see the development of the books that's being circulated. So now when we argue about the development of the canon, you have to use this type of methodology to see how the canon, what is being circulated and what is being recognized. Philemon is not mentioned by Irenaeus. He don't recognize Hebrews and James as legitimate. He don't know 2 Peter. He don't know 2 John and 3 John. And he's probably one of the best early recorders of the histories because he wrote against heresies, which talk about all the so-called heresies, which is what he would talk about as far as what the people who push the Bible or who don't believe like the Orthodox do. So he's very important in the history, Irenaeus. All right. Anybody want to chime in?
Yeah, I want to say something, man. Even though you talking about the history and how they compiled it and all that and dates and names, but if the creator is, if the God of the Bible is the truth, then he would just speak to all his people and let them know what's the truth and what's not the truth. That's a sign to me that, or red flag to me, that that's a man-made book and that it's a man-made religion.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, to the whole argument about Christianity came to Africa in the 1st or early 2nd century, I don't have a problem with anybody saying that somebody taught some version of Christianity in Africa early. The issue is it wasn't that early in West and Central Africa, and we may have found evidence of some sort of Coptic Christianity in West and Central Africa, but that doesn't mean the slaves that came over knew it. We know in the Kingdom of Congo, and my shout out to Brother Rawborn, because he's the one that brought that information to me, how the Congo people heard the religion and then started to make they said, yo, this sounds like ours. They started saying Jesus came from the Congo. So when we said Christianity came to Africa, we got to be very careful. It's not a lie, but when we learn Christianity in America, we learned it from the quote-unquote slave trader and the slave master. And that's just the truth. The majority of us, 99% of us. There's others who may have been taught on the ships or before going on the ships by slave traders who they feel that you're not worthy of an individual if you're not a Christian, if you didn't accept Christ. So that's one of the reasons why they looked at you differently. But they wanted you to teach the other slaves the Bible. All right. But anyway, let me move on. I'm going to move on to a topic. I'm going to come back to the Bible in a second. Hold on. Let me see what Gullah wanted to say real quick. Gullah, come on. Go ahead, Gullah. You want to say something, bro? Gullah, it's on you, brother. All right. Let me go to this right here. Go ahead, my brother.
No, I was going to say that's a very good point, especially pertaining to the Congo, because many of us, many of our ancestors that came from the Congo at the point in time, the early colonial time, were already Christian before we got here. A lot of those Congolese were some of the most rebellious Africans because they already, kind of already knew about the outside or the Christian world, so what's going on. Even when you look at the Solo Rebellion, a lot of those, a lot of those Congolese Africans were Christian. And even after a while, the English colonies stopped buying or stopped getting Africans from the Congo because of that reason, because you get into rebellion.
I want to show y'all something on the screen real quick, and y'all gonna find this funny, right? Look at this right here. Remember when Billy Carson was suing the guy for having the video on? Y'all look at this right here. Look at what's in the corner right here. Jamar wants to sue me. He wants to sue Godfrey for that.
I knew it was coming.
The flat earth stuff. Look at this. Look at this.
And the saga continues. Lord Jamar and God.
What clip are you talking about?
He knows. Yeah, the one that with Neil when he.
That's what he's saying. Here we go.
Yeah.
Right.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You don't respect Neil deGrasse?
Oh, I would debate him in a minute.
Really? That's insane.
He's an actor. He has
What
a
about
SAG
I'll
card.
debate him in a minute. Then
Terrence Howard is a smart dude, but he's off too.
The earth is a triangle. Let me explain. There's isosceles, there's equilateral, and there's scalene. It's not a circle. It's not flat. It's a triangle. You're all wrong. All of you mothers are wrong. And it's because I'm light-skinned that you don't believe me.
This nigga laughed at himself. It's hilarious.
That's what he said during the thing.
He said he would challenge Neil deGrasse Tyson and said that Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I happen to know. I met Neil, but I'm really tight with Chuck Nice. As comics, we know Chuck Nice.
He works with
does Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a
Where's this guy's neck at?
Yes.
You don't have a neck?
So I hit up.
What the hell?
I hit up Chuck.
Oh yeah, he's a comedian too.
And listen, he says, look, Neil is swamped. There's no way I could get Neil on until maybe after February. And I was like, well, all right. Well,
Which is fine. If Neil wants to come later, hell, it's Neil.
Right, exactly. But then what happened was I saw a clip where Dave did a response video on
That's what I was talking about.
And the flat earth. But the first thing was I want to debate Neil
deGrasse Tyson. Right. And so
I was absolutely, and I said this to you, God, that I'm a little funny about letting Professor Dave debate him on your platform because I was worried about the optics of a white dude.
But we tried to use a black man first.
That's fair, but I just hate that people got to inject race into everything. Like, I know that optically sometimes some things can look bad, but they're talking about earth. They're not talking about like race or culture or anything. This is a conversation about science. And for Jamar to be saying, I'll debate Neil deGrasse Tyson, who most would see as probably God tier scientist as far as being able to explain science to regular people and obviously can speak the esoteric language within the science community. You don't go to Neil first, and whether or not he's black, it would have still been Dave is way more, brash with his approach, but that still would have been embarrassing for Jamar because he had no idea what he was talking about regardless. And I don't know. I just hate that people this is part of the reason why people on the right try to make a point against people that lean left, because everything not about race. He's not there as a white man telling a black man he's wrong. It's about a man telling another man that he's wrong, period, because these things have been proven and debunked already.
And my thing is this. Whatever the race is, somebody don't agree with you.
Yeah.
And so let's see. It's science. Let's see what happens.
But I said to you several times that I didn't like the optics of it.
Oh, right. Of course not. Right. We got to get a black person.
Right.
And we tried and they weren't available.
But I made that step, and I only made that jump because he said, I'll debate Neil deGrasse Tyson. So I'm always looking, for ways to build, to make better content. So okay, let's do it, right? I did not know that it was gonna be a trashing the way it was a trashing, because I just assumed if you're that boisterous about your philosophy about flat Earth,
Don't you go against this guy named Dave, blah blah blah. He goes, okay. He said, let me think about it. He said, you know what? I'm gonna come through, you know what I mean? And on his own, I didn't force him. I said, I think it would be a really good fucking episode that you guys go at it. People love debates.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they watch presidential debates. They watch debates like Candace Owens. The reason why her crazy ass because she debates people, which I give her credit for, because she will go against whoever the fuck.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't give her credit for nothing.
Well,
she's a liar.
I'm just saying that's not the point. I'm just saying she doesn't run from a debate, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
She's a liar.
Yeah, I just said shit, crazy ass dude.
Okay, I want to, before you say I don't want anybody to make the mistake that I think Candace Owens is cool on any level.
I didn't say she was cool. I said she doesn't run from a debate. You just want to put your opinion in about her. That's okay.
But one of the biggest biggest debates right now is Earth. I don't know why, but is Earth flat or round?
I know it's yeah. And so because the flat earthers are some voice, but flat earthers are really like hardcore about it. It's like MAGA shit.
Yeah, but you know
like
what?
MAGA shit.
I feel the same way with like religion. Like when people are like atheists or it's like they think that they are not believing in anything, but I'm like, you don't believe in it stronger than people believe, and you're trying to get us to not believe.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
And my thing is, it's because like Dante doesn't believe in God, but I don't go, oh, why not God? Whatever you want. If that's it, first of all, the concept of God, we all said there's God. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. People who are atheists once believed in it. Yeah. You know, so what about the people that just are neither? Yeah. And just act properly or whatever? Yeah. I was taught there was a God, blah blah blah. My parent, you know, I got God in my name.
Yeah. Look, Zainab, this is probably the first time Zainab's ever hearing that I'm an atheist, because I've never put it on her. I've never pushed myself on it, because
that's okay to be who you are.
Right.
That's all right. Because guess what?
Oh, you doing that Muslim shit?
Yeah.
Because my thing is this: either way, we're all human beings. We all sleep. Like I said, we're all right here. Unless somebody has superpowers, we're all here trying to figure ourselves out, regardless of what it is. Yeah. So, I was saying. So now, he said he goes when we bring Dave on, Dave's like, hell yeah, I want to do this. I'm like, this is gonna be great. Soon as he gets on, I'm thinking it's gonna be good. He goes, fuck, Professor Dave. Do we have that? We're gonna show this, and watch. It was very strange, and I was like, I kind of threw me off. All right, here we go.
Dave, here's my thing. Man, let me fuck Professor Dave before he even get here. You know why? When it comes to hip hop, right?
Yeah, it was like fuck. I just thought I was just a little bit like that. I laughed. I was like, okay, I thought he was just gonna say fuck it and keep it going, but he was really like, I don't fuck that dude. I want to talk. And then what did he call him? Did he call him the F word?
Call him, said the F word, homo,
it was just weird. It was just a little.
At one point, I think he said he went down on his own father, which is also kind of ill, because
at one point he said he went down on his own dad.
Okay. Yeah, that was weird. Go ahead.
And I was like, this is a platform, like, for you to come on and go down that road. It's in my opinion, is disrespectful to the platform, because Dave came on as a guest. Jamar came on as a guest. Why would you not expect a blatant, just a basic respect for each other on the platform? Period.
Right. And I'm like, so my podcast don't mean shit to you, because I did his podcast. I've never disrespected his podcast. I always was respectful to his podcast. And and then when when they were going back and forth, Dave didn't stand down. He was like, no, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And I was like, okay, this is gonna be good. Yeah. And it got a little viral, it got a little viral and shit. And then he was like, yo, take this dude off. After that happened, you know, he was like, yo, yeah, man, don't show that shit. Don't show the episode. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, because that fucks with my shit. That fucks my money up. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't
Right.
show it, because we cut it off right away too. Like I say, oh, this is gonna be cool.
Yeah.
It happens. And I said I won't show it.
Yeah.
You know, as a friend, I won't do it. I did not show it.
Yeah.
You know, and that cuts into my shit.
Yeah.
And then everybody's like,
Because
yo,
Godfrey didn't have an episode to put
right.
up.
All right, so I'm gonna move on. Let me get to Wes Huff. And anybody want to talk about the whole large Jamar flat Earth thing? They want to get it off their chest.
I shout out to Lord Jamar, man. I feel bad for him. A lot of this is just, you know, going against what the white man teaching and stuff like that, in my opinion.
Man, I don't feel bad for that. They do it.
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him.
I mean, you gotta, yeah, I don't mind. You gotta feel bad for him. I mean, because it's just like, you know, I don't know. Me personally, I don't know. I just feel like people, they know what they try to do. But you know, this is how you get embarrassed, when you just go off like this. And then how he's so prideful about it. I think that's what makes it even more funny, right? And that's what makes it even more like a gotcha moment, because he was just so prideful. He's like, F Professor Dave. I like Professor Dave personally. F Professor Dave. He ain't this, he ain't that. Called him F words. So it's just more bittersweet, in my opinion. And he made it worse trying to sue people. So, man, I don't know. It is what it is.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the flat Earth?
No, I'm not a flat. No, I believe in a globe Earth. Personally, I don't think it really matters in the long run. But you know, I would.
Did I hear you right when you said it's what Europeans have taught us? So are you saying that Lord Jamar has a right to say that the Earth is flat?
No, I just think that I think that's what a lot of like flat earthers come from. Like, they just have the skepticism. They have this, well, at least black flat earthers. I don't really talk to white people that's flat earth. But when I talk to like flat earthers like us, it's like this skepticism just towards like, oh, the institution wants to lie to us. Like, you know what I mean? That's what it seems like the conversation is a lot of times. So that's why they have this perception that, of course, it's flat, and they're only lying to you, saying that it's a globe just so they can control you. That's what it seems like conversation be.
So skepticism allows us to make a fool of ourselves then.
No, not at all. Not at all.
You say you support Lord Jamar, you support skepticism, but what do you support him on? What skepticism do you support him on?
I don't support him on none of the skepticism. Did I imply that I supported Lord Jamar? So I imply.
I think he just said he understand where he's coming from. He understand where he's coming from.
Exactly. I understand where he's coming. I'm
I
not saying.
I don't think that was the right context to say that in, because now, so for example, so the flat Earth stuff, I don't know where it started from, but usually at the root of everything, not to sound anti-white, but it's usually some white folks that started stuff, and we picked up on it and we evolve on it, meaning that Lord Jamar did not just get up and say the Earth was flat. Somebody had to convince him. The same with my brother on the other channel. I forgot what his name is right now. But he's a big flat Earth guy too. But the issue is not even about color at this point. It's about just being stupid. I'm just saying, we want to disagree with white folks for to say that, oh, they don't teach us right. They don't teach us. No, when it's teaching us right. Have y'all ever listened to Brand Nubian's album? This can't be the same. He has one of the best albums I've ever heard. Lord Jamar with Sadat X. I'm talking like later Brand Nubians, not the early part. The dude had an album that was straight. I still listen to it on my Apple Music. The dude is the bomb. I can't believe this is coming out of his mouth. Yeah. The skepticism part I kind of get, but the old flat Earth thing, I'm like, how do you explain the eclipse? Oh, it's fake. Those pictures are fake. Yeah. It's crazy at this point. So don't go to the doctor. Don't go to the doctor and be your own doctor and go follow Dr. Sabi. That's it.
Garfield. The problem with Job is that nobody pushed back against him. Well, the 5% tried when he went on the diatribe and called Kamala Harris all different kind of out of our name, all different kind of B words, and dunce and stupid. and the 5%ers pushed back on him, and he made some quasi apology, and he was allowed to run with his craziness. And now I have no sympathy for him because how he approached things. Now a white dude came on and spanked him, as I said on channel, treat him like he was in 12 years a slave. That beating was disastrous. He changed his name from Lord Jamar to Toby. He then ran to other white men to help him soothe his beating because he got a beating second to none. I don't think that the problem is that what he did was it tainted his credibility. Now, when he's speaking on any topic, people is going to see this lunatic just talking gibberish and running like a lunatic. So when he's not going to speak on rap or anything else, nobody's not going to take him seriously. He gave up his credibility and then he doubled down on it. And when you look at the amount of black YouTubers on YouTube who's talking about what happened and how silly he looks, he lost his credibility. He lost it completely. Too many persons inside here. Who inside here take Jamar serious now?
Ability to start with.
I ain't gonna say he's the most trash rapper in the group, but he did make a good album with Sadat. He did.
Yo, listen. You know what it is, Garfield? He should listen to his own song. Don't let it go to your head, no. That's how I feel. The day I get my science education from a rapper, I'm in trouble.
Pseudosciences University. What's up?
Brother Garfield, what's going on?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Go ahead, Con.
Nah, just sitting in the chat, came up to say what's up, need some support. Be the other voice in the corner. If you don't mind, I'm Lance, if you don't remember.
I know
Beat
you
you up
Lance.
all the time.
I know you.
Beat you up all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Beat you up all the time. Go ahead, my brother.
It's Mr. Diamond. It's Mr. Diamond up, man.
Man. Go ahead, brother. What's up? What's in mind, my brother? So you believe the earth is flat too?
No, I don't
He
believe
thinks the earth is
flat.
a triangle, yo. He thinks the earth is a pyramid, yo. He's different.
You know what,
but listen to this. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna go through a couple of questions, right? And this is what I mean by I don't trust.
Do I need Jesus before this? Do I need him?
Nah.
Okay.
Jesus was a man that grew up in Egypt, who learned from the actual Israelites, from the Ephraimite priests, and then went back.
When did Jesus go into Egypt? When? At what age?
He was a kid.
I'm asking a question. What age did he go into Egypt?
I can't remember what age, but it's definitely findable because it tells you that
What
it tells you about how old he was when he
what-
went to go and get his parents.
What tells us this? The Bible?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not in the Bible.
Source of the,
Hold on,
That's
Lance.
not in the Bible.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on, Lance. What age did he go into Egypt?
He was a kid. He was a baby.
How old was he when he went into Egypt?
I can't remember, but I'm not a Christian. That Jesus is not my Jesus is not my field.
No, because Lance, with you, I like to find every information you make. I want you to prove it on the spot. So when you talk on my channel, this is why a lot of people don't like to come on my channel, because I hold you to the fire.
I love coming on your channel. What are you talking
I know you love coming on my channel. I never say you didn't like coming on my channel. You see, you misquoted me already. All I'm asking you is, when did Jesus go into Egypt? That's all I want to know. Just give me an age group. Just give me a range. When did he go into
I gave you the answer that I honestly could. I don't remember or recall. I know he was a kid. That's all I can tell you.
He was a kid around. Okay, no. Around what age? Just give me an estimate. That's all.
Census, something like that. I don't know. I would guess he was about maybe 3 or 2.
All right, now watch this. Remember, you said it's also documented when the age he was when he came back. So how old was he when he came back? That's what you said. You just said that.
No, I said that it's you can tell about the age he was because of he's walking at his walking. He's able to look for his parents. He's able to be lost and go back to the
Where do you get that from?
That's
You
in the
just said he was
scripture.
a baby, yo.
Hold on.
No, I'm talking about he talking about when did he go back, because it was a census that was taken. Right. So when he went back, he clearly was old enough to walk and be lost and carry himself back to the temple and preach to the Sahedrin or whatever.
So he was able to preach. You just made that up. In Matthew 2, right, verse 14, it says, when he arose, he took the young child and his mother by hold on. You said he could walk and he's teaching in the temple. You're lying right now. You're lying on this book. You don't even believe in the book. Because if you did, you would have known the true history. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod. But when Herod was dead, he took the young child and his mother and came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth. So the baby, when the baby, hold on. So the baby was maybe 6 months, 6 months old, maybe. They took him until Herod died. So Jesus is born before Herod died. That's pretty much what Matthew is telling us.
Exactly.
All right? So I'll go as far as saying if you could walk, he probably was 2 years old, the most. But the point is, you said he went into the temple and was teaching them at the
No, what I was talking about is when he went back to Jerusalem and he seen that there was foul. There was foreigners there teaching false doctrine.
That has nothing
you just
to do
said
with
he was 2, just like I said.
That had nothing to do with Egypt. He was running, he was hiding because of the story of he was Herod.
When did he go back? I told you when he went to Egypt.
Herod, hold on. You said he came back and taught. You know, he was learned in Egypt. So when did he learn? When he was 6 months old? When he was 1 month old?
How long was he there until Herod died?
Herod died. He was there probably about 6 months, the most, or probably 6 weeks. Because when he came back, remember when Jesus, he was trying to get everybody who was under 2 years old. So that's telling you Jesus was under 2 years old.
Yes. Exactly.
Man. And so he couldn't have been teaching anybody in the temple, my brother, about Egyptians. No. Get that out of your head. Get that out of your head. Anyway, let's move on. Continue.
Now, Garfield, look, my brother, what you just quoted, right? Or you took parts from the Gospels, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, those Gospels were supposedly written by the disciples. We know that's not true, but let's just go with it, by the disciples, correct?
They're not.
Nah.
They
but let's say they were written by disciples. Go ahead.
Yeah, follow me. So according to Christian theology, those Gospels are written by the supported names, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, correct?
Yep.
Cool. So out of those 4, Matthew and John is the only 2 that were disciples. So you got to exclude Luke and Mark, right? Now watch this. If Matthew and John were the disciples, I'm just going with that's written by them. Now they met Jesus, right? In the last 3 years of his life. That means if he died at 30, they met him when he was 27. So if that's so, if you go with the number 33, that means they met him when he was 30, because he had a 3-year mission. So my question to you is, if they met him at 30, if you go with the 33 number, if you go with the 27, this is when they called it as the disciples. How the hell they know about what happened when he was 11 years old? If I just met you at 30, that's like me talking about what happened to you when you was in the 3rd grade, and I just met you 2 months ago. How would I know about what happened to you in the 3rd grade?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great point. But the point that Garfield made earlier when he stated that the Israelites are in exile. So who's trotting the land? The Gentiles.
The question is,
so you can't even publish work in the land without it going through the proper. Like they'll hang your hand with the paper in it, so the city can see.
Bro, the question is, if I just met you at 30, you're 30 years old, right? When I met you, right? Oh, excuse me, I'm 30 years old when I met you. You die at the age of 33. So that means I only know you for 3 years. How do I know, or how am I able to tell the story about what happened to you when you were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, any of those numbers, if I just met you, I only known you for 3 years?
No, again, that's an excellent point. But
you know the miracle
the writings don't come from the Israelites. It's their enemies that's right. They're in exile. And maybe only a remnant.
They're in exile where, my brother?
Huh? All right, so you guys two groups of exiles. 722 went to Asia. They are contributors to the Russian Tartarian hookup. And then you got those that also the Southern Kingdom that went into Africa in 70 AD. But there was many Israelites that left long ago. You had those that went to Persia.
Hold on. Time out.
He makes all that up.
We had this conversation last week, right? We talk about the 70 AD stuff, and that guy, what's his name, Gideon, who's supposed to show up this week. I guess he ain't got no facts, so he can't show up. Yeah, but it's a lie. Stop repeating that lie. There ain't nobody going to know Africa 70 AD and do nothing. Show and prove. How many people went into Africa? Let's go.
This is Lance, though. He ran from a debate when
he made all that up.
Establish this stuff. So he runs from debates and comes around and speak with such authority. His next step is to claim that African Americans are direct descendants of Levantine people, and we can see it in their DNA. Yeah.
So basically, he's talking about the Assyrian deportation of the northern tribe, right? But also, we got to keep in mind that the Assyrians, when their policy was to not also, they didn't take all of them, and they brought their own people back over, and those people were really what we would later call Sumerians. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And so they didn't. So there was an amalgamation of. There wasn't. They didn't go anywhere. All of them didn't. How many left? How many left to Medes and Goshen and Tahala? That's where they went.
But it wasn't just the Israel. Look, think about this, bro. If you got a tribe,
but listen. At that point, there was two. In order to be a Jew, you had to be from what tribes? The southern tribes, right? You had to be from Benjamin and Judah, right?
Those were Jews.
And then the Levites were the priests, right?
And the Conan, the
Levites. So if you wasn't that, you're not really. So those were the ones who were practicing the real religion. The northern tribe. They're saying we don't know what you're doing up there.
No, bro. No.
Yes.
Listen.
You know what,
bro? You got. It's like you got a family, bro. Not even everybody in my family is Christians.
Hey,
I'm the only Israelite.
Lance. Pause for 1 second. That's the wrong dialogue we need to have. The issue with the Assyrian exile is all I need to ask you, my pseudoscience university guy, Lance, is this: how many people went to Assyria or to the Medes or to Hola or whatever? How many people?
I don't recall a number.
All right. So no. I know there's documented in the Assyrian records. They do give us a number.
Probably about 43,000.
About let's just say 40,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that when people are documenting in history, they always try to outdo people before them, and they will lie about the numbers, right? So we know they said they took 40,000, and if we look at the hold on 1 second here, I got something for you, brother. I like to help Lance out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So talking about
let me do
get them together.
Kings, we're talking about is it Chronicles or Kings, or it might be both.
No, it don't matter, brother.
We're talking about the actual history too, because we can check the Assyrian records.
We're gonna get to the records and deal with the records, what the record says, so that we're all on the same page.
Sargon said he took about 30,000 Israelites.
I don't know about that part, but I'll say this.
You said Sargon. I wouldn't even know Israelites exist when Sargon was alive. What's Sargon?
He's right. Don't worry about it. He's He's
It's
right.
a whole. It's a whole. I got a picture of the damn.
Sargon the second. No. He's right. When he's right, I gotta tell him that he's right. Because you know how these
Godfrey, you talking about in 722?
Are you talking about Sargon the second?
That's Darius. That's Darius around that time.
No, it's not Darius at that time. Darius is in the Persian period. That's a
Mhm.
that's,
Yeah, it's the Persian period.
everybody time
Godfrey,
out.
what date you talking?
Time out. On the screen, I have it up. What happened to the 10 tribes? So we're gonna walk it slowly.
Yeah, he's talking about the Neo-Babylonian period.
Yeah, we got it. All right, so let's look at this now. So now we got what happened to the deportees and all that stuff, right? This is right here. What happened to the lost tribes? Between the efforts of Tiglath-Pileser or Shalmaneser V and Sargon II, more than 40,000 people were carried off from the northern kingdom of Israel. 13,000 by Tiglath-Pileser, 27,000 by Sargon II and Shalmaneser V. All right?
That's only the northern kingdom.
All right.
Right.
Watch it. So this archaeological record said between 222 and 350,000 people was living in the northern kingdom. So are you saying all of them were taken, or just some were taken? What do you say?
You want me to speculate?
I don't want you to speculate, because you want to go by what the Bible says, the numbers of the Bible, because we could do that too.
He just gave you the data.
No. I could give him that too. Hold on, I'll give it to him right now. The population numbers by the Bible: 800,000 able-bodied men. You go to 2 Samuel 24, verse 9. It tells you how many valiant men they had. There was in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000. That don't include 800,000. Doesn't include elderly male and female. Don't include women. It don't include children. So logically, I could add another 800,000, making the population 1.6 million. Would you agree to that? Because it's 800,000 able-bodied men.
No, because you got to remember that they got to go to war first.
I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying it's saying in 2 Samuel 24:9 that there's 800,000 able-bodied men, pretty much the young ones who are in the army. This is the Bible numbers. I'm not dealing with no secular numbers. This is Bible numbers. So 2 Chronicles 13 shows us 800,000 able-bodied men versus the 400,000 men from Judah. 2 Chronicles 13 says that 500,000 of those men out of the 800,000 were killed. All right. So as if Assyrians say they took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population, 95% of the population would have remained in northern.
Right. They became Sumerians.
So are you saying the 800,000 is wrong? Or which way do you want to go? I could go Bible only, or I could go secular and Bible together. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm not understanding your argument. What argument are you trying to?
I'm trying to say, if you want to know, if you're a literalist, meaning that if you believe the Bible 100% is God's word and whatever is in it is true, there was 800,000 able-bodied men during the time of Jeroboam. I am saying if 800,000 able-bodied men, it don't include elderly males, elderly females, it don't include women, and it don't include children. So I'm logically adding another 800,000 to that 800,000 to make the population 1.6 million. That's what I'm doing. So when you say all the people, if all of northern Israel leave, then that would mean they would outnumber the Assyrian population. Because the Assyrian population probably wasn't even 100,000.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make sense out of what the secular sources say and what the Bible says. That's what I'm doing. And what the archaeology says. So they're saying, on their record, they're saying 40,000 people were were taken to Assyria. That's what the Assyrian says.
Right.
So which number you going with?
Between
I thought it was 30,000
and
really
250,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom at the time.
Right.
That's what the archaeology says. So you got to tell me, which route are you going? Are you saying I'm trying to
Yeah, land your plane, Lance. Land your plane.
I didn't bring the argument. He asking me a question. What I stated was you had several different. All I stated was this: you had several different migrations out of Israel throughout history of the Israelites. That's all I stated. They went in different directions. I stated two major ones, which I mentioned the 70 AD. That's the southern kingdom only, and then the northern kingdom, which had already been dispersed, and you have new people in the land. That's not even Israelites. That's in Syria and all of that. So that's all I said. You created. This is your favorite PowerPoint, bro. You want me to have this argument with you, and I'm not trying to have it. I don't even know what we arguing about.
I would run too. The point
I'm
you
not
were
running.
making. The point you were making is that the Assyrian people, they were gone. So where did they go to? Where did they go when they went to Assyria?
No, I didn't. I
What
mentioned
is the point
several
that you're making?
migrations. I said you have those that's in Persia, Assyria, those that went to Russia and Asia, those that went to
Who went
Egypt.
to Russia?
and
Who
people-
went to Russia? Who went to Russia?
The
Who
Northern
went to
Kingdom.
Russia? Where? When? Where is this documented?
This is what? It
No,
tells
so
you.
Lance,
First of all, it tells you in Second Esdras, and then it's historically accountable in the Russian history, in the Korean and Japanese history,
my brother.
and China's history.
I'm not playing this game with you on my channel.
Would you like me to show you?
I'm gonna ask you one question. Where in the Bible it says they go to Russia? First of all,
It doesn't.
When
No,
it
no,
tells
let me
you,
answer.
hold on, listen.
Did you hear the question that I asked?
The countries are called. It's called
asking
Asia
you-
Minor. Listen,
I'm
it's called
asking
Asia
you.
Minor and Asia, bro.
I'm
Russia
asking
isn't a country
you.
at that
Hold on a
time.
second. I'm asking you. Where in the Bible it says that the Assyrian exiles went anywhere?
Near Russia.
Where does it say this?
They with the Halamedes and
Guys do
Goshen.
this all the time, man.
You see,
Halamedes and
you gotta
Goshen.
hold him to the fire at the point he's
Yeah.
making. You gotta listen.
Asia Minor is Turkey, bro. This ain't Anatolia. What are you talking about?
But listen,
all of that is
Lance, ask yourself this question,
That
Lance.
ain't- that ain't-
If
that
you
ain't
said
Russia,
30,
bro.
hold on, let me ask you a simple question. If it's only such a small population that left, you said 30,000, wouldn't it make sense that 30,000 would just amalgamate into the other bigger populations that they are going into?
I don't even understand what you said, brother.
You don't understand that? You said you said
Because it's all black, the Hebrew Israelite movement. What my brother?
You come on some Asia Minors is in Russia, bro. You wild.
Look at this right here. Where did they go after? This is not even rocket science. It is the easiest thing in the world. Hold on, let me show y'all something real quickly.
Listen,
this is the
in
easiest
Jeremiah 3 and
conversation
12.
right here. Easiest conversations right here. You said Jeremiah 3 and 12. This is them, the deportees, being hired to do the same jobs that they were doing in Israel. Look at this. They're bodyguards, they're archers, they're cohort commanders, they're chariot drivers. They're actually working in the chief of accountants because they were accountant in Israel, so they become an accountant there.
That's
what are you
crazy.
talking about? Chief of public works. This is what they're doing. It's documented.
Yes, bro. Yes, because
and you notice
Hold on, guys. Time out, guys. The majority of them were troops who were soldiers, and as a matter of fact, Deuteronomy 28:68 talk about going into Egypt on ships. They went into Egypt on ships with the Assyrians. Because Deuteronomy 28, all the curses and blessings is connected to the Assyrian time period. It's not connected to today. This is what we're doing. We're reading it and injecting ourselves like a damn TikTok video.
I don't do that. I'm not that type of Israelite, bro.
But this is what I'm gonna do to you though. I'm gonna remove this off the screen. And you said Jeremiah something. Jeremiah what? I'm gonna look it up what you said. Jeremiah what?
3 and 12. It says, "Go and proclaim these words towards the north, and say, Return thou backsliding Israel, saith the Lord, and
that's
I
the
will
Persian
not."
period, though.
Where do you think? Yes.
Hold on a second. Let's
That's
go to
them. That's them going back to
north of Assyria is Russia.
Hold on, Lance. Let's look at what you're talking about.
That is not fucking Russia, bro. You stealing the damn tickets in your
Man, y'all don't know geography if you don't know that.
You don't know geography, bro. You sound like you're going off a damn Middle-earth map and some shit.
Bro, it's Turkey today, but it's not back then, and it was a part of a whole region.
Turkey never been Russia. Turkey never been Russia, bro.
Never been Russia.
What are you talking about? You talking about the northern side of the Caspian Sea, bro.
Hold on.
They ain't even Russia.
Let me have him speak and say it on record. So it's what time is it? 12:24 p.m. So we're 2 hours into the show. Now watch this. Pseudosciences University. Lance, are you saying Turkey is a part of Russia today or was a part of Russia then?
No, I'm saying they passed through Asia Minor to Russia, to Asia, like China, Korea, and Japan.
But the Bible doesn't say they went to Russia. The Bible says
I don't use the Bible, bro. I use historical accounts. I don't just use the Bible. I don't know what y'all
finish. Let him finish, please. Please let him finish. Please let him finish. Go ahead, my brother.
All right. So it's very well accounted, according to the Khazars themselves, a Turkic people, right? South Russia, that Israelites came there. And
you talking about Azareth? They're looking for Azareth.
Azareth is in Syria.
Oh,
that's further east. I'm further west.
I'm gonna ask you a question simply, right? I'm still trying to get to this Russia argument. So you're saying outside the Bible you find this argument. I just want to make it clear, right?
Listen, all right. So if you understand geography, when they're in Assyria, right, and he said go proclaim it in the north and bring all the inhabitants from the north, you know that the north of that is Europe.
No, it's Europe. Not saying that though. Are you saying that's
talking about go get the northern tribe?
Hold on.
Yes, because they migrated, brother. They might.
Hold on. I'm not getting what you're saying. So you say go and proclaim these words toward the north and say return. When it says the north, what does it mean right here with the definite article the north? What does it mean right here?
The northern kingdom.
Wait, let me see. What are you talking about? Go
right here. You said go and proclaim these words toward the north. So which north is he talking about?
Beyond Assyria. He's in Syria. He's in Assyria.
My brother. He's talking to the people from the northern kingdom.
Exactly.
You totally misunderstand this, bro. You're taking this out of context. You're making it up as you go, brother.
This is a northern kingdom prophet. He's already in the north.
Okay, he's talking to Israel. He's telling them, no, you remember who is this? Jeremiah, right? Jeremiah was in Babylon. You forgot?
Brother.
You forgot he was in Babylon? You see, this is what he's talking to the northern tribes who are remnants. Remnants of who? The Assyrian exile, and after the Assyrian exile was the Babylonian.
He's gonna be saying these to the Samaritans, basically.
Talk when I'm talking, bro. Come on, man. We gotta have a civil conversation with everybody, man. We can't talk when I'm talking or when anybody's talking, because when you listen to the replay, nobody could hear anybody. Go and proclaim these words toward the north and say return. To who? The northern tribes. Because remember, the northern tribes were taken to Assyria, but Babylon took over Assyria. So the geography, they're now included in a part of the Babylonian Empire. So the people who are from the northern kingdom who were in Assyria, the remnants or the descendants of those people are the people from the northern kingdom. What is so hard to understand with that, bro? You're making up your own theology and making up your own thing about Russia. Russia is not even in the Bible. There's no location you could show me in the Bible that says it's Russia. None.
The lands of the north, bro. If you know
the land, it don't say the lands of the north. Where it says the lands of the north?
The countries of the north.
Where does it say the countries of the north?
It says it right in the first sentence. Go proclaim
these words towards the north. The words. What words? Towards the north. What is the north? Not north geography wise, the northern kingdom,
I'm sorry,
bro.
Jeremiah 31:9 or something like that.
All right, let me go to Jeremiah 31:9. Stop teaching lies, bro. Jeremiah 31 and what?
9.
Let's go to Jeremiah 31.
It's up like I bring them from the door.
I will be the God of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people.
Go to 8. Go to 8.
Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with the child, and her that travaileth with child together. A great company shall return thither. I will bring them from the north country. Okay, what north country?
He said to the coast, right? The northern coast, right?
All right, watch this.
Hold on.
Look at Garfield work. Look at Garfield work.
Hold on.
Let's look at a map of the Babylonian Empire, right? Hold on. Babylon Empire. This is what we're going to do. Let's do a little geography. All right. So when it says the coast and whatever, what is it talking about? What help us out? Because I'm going to show this on the screen and I'm going to make it big so everybody could see it. So Garfield, you don't make you out to be a liar, and you're 100% correct. All right. It is huge.
This is crazy.
I just remember who Lance is right now, man. I just
Why
remember
is why is he arguing this point? It's crazy.
It never fails, man. Never
right.
fails.
So let's look at Garfield. Garfield trying to understand. Garfield trying to understand scripture, and I have failed miserably so far. Now look at this right here. Now he says the scripture says, right? Remember, the orange is the Babylonian Empire. Do you guys see any coastal regions around to the north? Because Jeremiah is prophesying while he's in Babylon by the Euphrates River. All right, by the river of Babylon, where we sat down. So look at what it says. It says, behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth. The coast of the earth. Which part of the earth is he talking about?
Fire and Sidon by the Mediterranean.
No. I don't think it's right there. I think he's talking about near the Black Sea area, and those
Oh, do you
areas
think so?
are near the Euphrates River. The Euphrates River where they were, the coastal areas. Coastal.
You think?
So you do
so
realize
if it's a coastal area, where do we have documented that the Israelites were physically? We don't have them documented in Russia. We have them documented within the empires of the ancient Near East. So whether it's the Assyrian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, the Grecian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Egyptian Empire. The world doesn't go beyond that. So when it says the earth, it means the world. So it's only the world as far as the ancient Near East is concerned.
That we know it, yeah.
You gotta understand what you are reading. It has nothing to do with no Russia. You are lying to yourself. That's what you're doing. Again, breaking down your Bible better than you. This is nuts. Keon, correct me, Keon.
Hey,
let's make that up.
Help me out, Keon, because I'm wrong. Help me out.
I have no idea, but hey, y'all keep it going though. I'm interested for sure.
All right.
Let me read.
Akbal 7. Akbal 7. Peace and love to you, brother. I never met you before.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I've actually been on here before, but I just wanted to say I'm gonna, I think, go to the root of the fact that like a lot of our people, so-called African American in the West, we have a identity crisis where and we were colonized with this book, so we look to find our tribe or our heritage or our identity in this book. But you've even had this thing going on in Nigeria and Igbo land where a lot of the Igbos are saying we're Israel now. That guy Back to Black, he's been talking to the Igbo chiefs and they're talking about that. But all Igbos actually don't agree with that. And you can go to Igbo Cyber Shrine. The traditional practices of Igbo are called Odinani, I think, or something like that. And they're actually saying that a lot of these Igbo chiefs are committing cultural genocide by adopting this Israelite identity, because see, they were also colonized, and so they look to see themselves in the book. But I think that a lot of our heritage goes back older than the Kingdom of Israel and all that Near East stuff. And it's crazy to see how our people have this identity crisis, and then we look to people like the Igbo to verify us, but then a lot of them are also misguided. And even amongst the Igbo, the people that practice the traditional like religions are saying like these chiefs are committing cultural genocide by trying to go under the umbrella of being Israelites and waving like blue stars at David and all of these types of things. So yeah, that's just some thoughts I had on the whole situation. And you can look and see people that practice Odinani talking about this and how the Igbo are like losing their culture because they're going under this Hebrew Israelite thing when there are people that existed before that and had their own traditional practices.
All right. Hey, I just want to say to you, thank you for bringing that up. And I want to make it clear to everybody that's watching. All right. Every tribe in Africa that claims they are Israel, I don't agree with not one of them. And I'm going to tell you why. earlier, right? If you study a lot of these cultures, they're claiming Islam and the root, somebody who is related to Muhammad, and they would say they come from Mecca, Arabia, or whatever. Some part in Arabia they say they come from, because they were under the rule of Islam. They were under Arab rule. So you look at them as greatness, so you want to connect to greatness. Now, when the Christians come, they start connecting themselves to Jesus and connecting themselves to Israel eventually. How you judge if somebody has a genuine oral tradition is by what type of Judaism they're practicing. If they're practicing Second Temple Judaism, they are lying. They'll tell you a story that they came during the what did the pseudoscience guy said? The Assyrian Exile. They'll say they come from the Assyrian Exile and they're related to God or whatever, right? Look at the practices that they have and ask yourself, at the time of the Assyrian Exile, was there a codified Torah? There was no codified Torah that everybody was under or listening to the rules and laws. In fact, majority of Leviticus is written after the Babylonian exile. So when they left, there's no Torah to follow. So anybody telling you that they learned this from the Torah, they are lying. Oral tradition, they are lying, because there was no codified Torah at the time to carry on at all. What we do find, though, family, is that they are practicing stuff that Second Temple Judaism or Orthodox Judaism is practicing, and they are an offshoot of it. And by the way, too, remember, they don't believe in Jesus. Jesus is not the Messiah. So obviously they are following straight Judaism. Go back and look at the practices of rabbinical Judaism and Orthodox Judaism by the Sephardics or by other Jews, Karaite Jews, and look at what they practice, and you see that it's extremely similar. They're not following pre-exilic. If they follow pre-exilic Judaism, like what my brother Divine Prospect teaches, which makes absolutely the most sense. If you left during that time period, you would follow the practices of what they were practicing in Israel, which is why they got punished. They weren't following God. They were worshiping multiple gods. They were worshiping pagan deities, following pagan ways. So if you traveled while you were doing that, you would practice the same pagan ways when you go to wherever you're going. So that's how you defeat this whole African saying, oh, I'm from Congo and my family said they do this. Once you're saying you're following a codified Torah, you know they're lying, because the Torah wasn't codified until around the 1st century of the Common Era. So if you follow Torah, that means you're following some sort of Second Temple Judaism. You can't trick Garfield. And cut this up. Y'all want to cut this up and argue with me? Bring it to the stage. I'm telling you, everybody who claims Israel is fake as a $3 bill. Fake.
So what if it's in the genetics?
All right, let's talk about genetics.
It's not in the genetics,
Hold on, Gullah. He said, what about the genetics? I'm going to let Gullah talk and respond to that. Now, my brother, my first thing is, do you have a Jewish gene? Or an Israelite gene? Can you share it with us? Because I've never learned that in my life. So can you bring that to me, please?
You serious?
I am 100% serious right now.
You see, Lance, when you run, you can't hide. So you're going to still have that conversation.
Cedric, we about to talk, Cedric. Just 1 second.
Hold on 1 second. Let me respond to this guy.
You read from Sid, bro. You read from the face from Sid.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Listen. Let me respond to this guy first, and then we get to you. He said Christianity was in Africa before the Europeans converted us. It wasn't in Western Central Africa to the point where all of them were converted to Christianity, because Islam was prominent. So you're going to have to show that they were converted before. You don't need a book to keep the commandments.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, Lance. Hold on. I'm going to let you talk, bro. And Gullah got to go too. Gullah has something to say about the genetics. All right. So after me, Gullah, and then you could say what you got to say. I'm just going through the comments of this guy. You don't need a book to keep the commandments. There were no commandments to keep. Let me say that again. There was no commandments to keep, because if you look at Israelite tradition, you see what they're following and what they're practicing. You see they have a temple where gay people were selling their bodies around the temple. That's in Kings, in your Bible, in the history. All right. We have over 3,000 what I call Judean pillar figurines. I call them the voodoo dolls around the temple of Judah. The people were going home, leaving the temple and going home with their temple, their voodoo doll of Asherah. That's what they're doing. Watch this now. Next comment. They were scattered and never came back to the land after the destruction of the first temple. You are lying. How I know you're lying? Because you never read your Bible. In Ezra 6, we see over 12,000 Israelites coming back. And guess what? Cyrus in your Bible gave a command for all people of Israel. That includes all of Israel, northern and southern tribes, descendants of them, to go back to Israel. 12,000, according to the thing, 42,000 came back in Ezra 2 and Nehemiah 7. And you had 30,000 Judeans and 12,000 Israelites. They had the option to come back. For those who didn't have the option to come back, they made the choice not to come back. They weren't gone. Next one. Your mama love a white man. I don't know who you're talking to, but I'm gonna deal with you right now. I'm just gonna ban you from the channel for talking about people's mothers. All right, there you go. All right. Let me see who else I gotta respond to, and then we get to my brother real quick. Brother Gullah Geechee, the comment is on you, bro.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say it ain't no marker, you know what I'm saying, especially not in that Igbo population that signify anything coming from, you know what I'm saying, the Middle East or anywhere, bro. Igbo people mostly got E1B1A. You know what I'm saying? They might have EM33 or everything like that, but they got mostly all African wild comers on markers, bro. If anything else we add on is colonialization period. And plus, if it really was a Cohen marker, which, you know what I'm saying, that some try to proclaim, it wouldn't be no marker that signatures in Igbo culture. You know what I'm saying? It'd be either J or it'd be E3B, some type of E3B marker, you know what I'm saying, that mutated in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Plus, Igbo people come from the Lip culture, bro. You know what I'm saying? Period. You know what I'm saying? They come from the same, they have the same common ancestry as Yoruba people, Edo people, and all of the, you know, all the other different Niger Congo or both the Congo cultures around it.
Right. So I'm gonna show my DNA, and let's see if that debunks your claim.
That's right,
bro. Whatever DNA that you got that come from Middle East came into colonialism, bro.
Gullah, Gullah, the mic was yours. You could. As a matter of fact, Gullah, do you have more to add? Go ahead. Finish up, Gullah.
No, I'm gonna say whatever, because he always uses fake DNA, whatever the website he use, the AI stuff, bro. But anyway, man, whatever DNA you got that come from Middle East, it didn't come from no African, bro. It didn't come from no Western Central Africa. It came from your white colonial ancestors.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead, Lance. You're up, Lance.
I'm sharing.
You didn't share anything yet, my brother.
I'm sharing. It's down here at the bottom. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Oh, yes, you are. My bad. I just saw it. I scrolled up. My bad. Do it again. All right, here you go.
Okay.
There you go, my brother.
So I went
this is from Ancestry.com, of course.
So I went with the traditional route, and it took me and I went through Ancestry, and this is what it got, right? 35%, 23%, 12. You guys can see this, right? Then it gets down to my further back generations, my further back ancestry, right? Boom, boom, boom.
You ain't got no colors in the Middle East.
Hold on. It goes back to what?
These are my father. The lower the number, the more distant the more distant the DNA.
No, it doesn't.
All right.
No, it don't work like that, bro. No, it does not.
Listen, here we go.
Hold on. Go back to that Ancestry.com. Go back right there. Go back right there.
You didn't have no highlights in the Middle East at all. Nowhere in the Levant, bro.
Nowhere in the Middle East. Well, go ahead, my brother. Go back to Ancestry.com. Go back to Ancestry.com. Go back to Ancestry. Go back to Ancestry.com.
That. Okay.
You have Ashkenazi Jew in your autosomal. This is not YR or your mtDNA. This is your autosomal DNA and a mixture of what it is. And what they've found through population genetics are markers that show what connected to you and who you're connected with. There's nowhere in the Levant you're connected. No, absolutely nowhere. You're connected to Iberia, right? To Portugal. You're connected to Europe. You're connected to Africa, West and Central Africa, and parts of East Africa.
Right. So this right here, like you're right, it's an autosomal. So I went to the one that breaks it down even further. Right. and these are my closest populations. I'll show you the numbers and everything. So this is just the
Bro,
overall breakdown.
what website is this, bro? What's
This is
bro?
My true ancestry.com.
Absolutely. So this is Khoisan. It's the most ancient. Al-Andalus.
The ancient Israelites, right?
Moors and Yoruba people. My more recent people who I'm connected to. Moors, Al-Andalus.
You came through wider. You came through wider then.
Those are Muslims. Muslims.
I came through Judah.
Yeah, say Muslim, bro. Don't say Muslim.
Hold on. He came to what?
I came through Zara, Judah.
Who's Zara, Judah?
The twin of Perez, who migrated and to Spain and started play things like Zaragoza,
So
which means the land of Zara.
Hold on. Stop right there.
You want to listen because my coat of arms. I connect through my coat of arms.
My brother. How do you know you come to Zara, Judah?
Because I know who went to Al-Andalus and who migrated.
All right. So
there.
if he went to Al-Andalus, how do you know you're connected to him at Al-Andalus? How?
Because right now, today, we have medieval coat of arms that tell my family lineage.
Bro,
it tells me where I'm from.
Bro.
That's your family crest. That's your family crest.
But Lance, you know you had a whole Spanish Inquisition where a lot of the Muslims got killed out. A lot of them got to have to convert to Christianity. So whoever these ancestors are that you had came from some damn Spanish slavery, bro. Get out of here.
They came from Spanish slavery. All right.
Damn right. It came from some type of Spanish slavery.
The Berbers were the slaves, not the rich folk.
Hold on. Let's see if it came through slavery. I'm about to let me see. Where is it at?
Elder Wiggins, before Lance continues, show me E1B1A in the Levant. Give me an example of E1B1A in the Levant during the time of when Israelites lived there. Show me E1B1A. E1B1A. This is what this crazy guy does. And he can't be wrong, by the way. He's going to show us. He won't come on my panel because he's scared to death. E1B1A. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, you know E1B1A on the Levant in ancient time, man.
Bro,
this is absolutely nuts. Nuts.
That's a crazy argument.
You have failed at every opportunity to explain something to us. You have failed miserably every single time, except for the Zara Judah comment, because I actually rock with you on that. It sounds cute, but it's pseudo.
You said, hold on. I'm showing you the DNA. It's telling you what I'm made of. It's telling you.
No.
Hold on.
Where it says Zara Judah, where does it say Zara Judah?
First of all,
bro,
where does it
this
say
dude's jumping all over the place, bro? This dude don't know what he's doing.
Show us your family crest.
I don't know how to navigate this one.
Where does it say Zara Judah, bro? Come on, man.
Let me show.
Where's your family crest at?
Zara Judah.
The slave master, Chris.
Alexander the Great.
Ain't no nigga came over with no damn
black man, by the way. Alexander the Great was a black man. Come on, my brother. Show me Zara Judah, that you're connected to Zara Judah.
We can't.
What you're doing is you causing me to listen. What you're doing is causing me to bounce around, showing you this and showing you that when I'm trying to show you one thing or another. You're seeing it late. My computer's moving slow.
We can't.
Let me respond to this.
Oh man, he doing the Dave Calloway. He doing the Dave Calloway.
Yeah, he said yes. The E1B1A haplogroup is found in the Levant with evidence from ancient remains in a region confirming its presence in populations like the Natufians. There's no E1B1A in the Natufians. There's E1B1, not E1B1A. Not E1.
The Natufians were way so long ago.
So here is a breakdown of my total genetics. E1B1, 54.4%.
Oh, yay!
J, 13.8.
Yay!
But hold on. A1, 11.8.
Oh, you're African, bro. You straight African.
11.8.
You straight.
How you got so many Y chromosomes? You only got one chromosome, Y chromosome, one.
He from the Congo. A lot of men.
No.
It breaks
Y'all
it
gotta
down.
listen to what Gullah just asked. How does he have so many Y chromosome markers? You remember, you're supposed to only have one.
No mitochondria. That's crazy.
You say what?
And the only way you can get like your mother's father is if your mother's father, one of your uncles took a test or something.
Mm-hmm.
What? What
Now
I
he plays
did is
super real
what
crazy.
this does is it takes your DNA breakdown and it puts it.
But how do they get those Y chromosomes without testing the people in your family?
They tested me.
No, if they test, bro, that's technology and the science doesn't work like that, bro. This is bogus.
They're comparing my DNA to things they've already tested.
If we just tested you, we're only gonna get your Y chromosome and your mitochondrial marker. It's only gonna be one of each.
Mm-hmm.
This is bogus, bro. Get this AI bogus crap out of here, bro.
You better look it up, bro.
I don't gotta look it up. I study this shit, bro. I don't have to look nothing up. I got the information. I got the tools to do this. Not this silly cartoons to use.
That's crazy. It says that his people migrated from the Congo area, basically.
This is my whole genetic makeup, where they all came
Migrated from.
Yeah.
They migrated places.
From here.
From those geographical areas.
This is an E1B1. This is one of the oldest. Another one.
Where everybody come from that area right there, though.
Nah, we told that we come from over here, but it's
No,
a clear migration.
No. We're not told that we were originating in West Africa. Original humans come from Tanzania area.
Oh
right
yeah,
there.
Tanzania. You're right. Right here.
I know I'm right. So that's everybody gonna have that.
Humans stretch out throughout the east.
Anybody that's a Homo sapien gonna have that.
Right here.
Right.
This is
Homo
AD.
sapien.
Hold on. That's AD. Hold on.
You had archaic humans too. You know what I'm saying?
400 BC. 300, 400 BC.
All right. That's Homo sapiens.
Right. But
you're not saying anything. That's migration patterns.
Right. So here, what is this then?
Migration locations. Where they
Bro, what's the Jewish connection? But what's the Nevertine connection?
You don't see it? I'm showing you.
No,
Garfield, he's playing on your platform.
It's not even showing. Bro, you're not even showing Europeans with Nevertine ancestry. You just showing straight up amazing.
What are you talking about? This is Grenada,
bro.
1550 AD.
What does that have to do with a Jew? So what is Grenada? So what is that being manipulated? What does have to do with somebody from traveling from Levant, bro? You don't show no Nevertine ancestry.
They already out of here.
Even your European ancestors don't even have Nevertine shit.
Brother, you tripping. You clearly don't know what you're seeing.
Bro, I know exactly what I'm saying, bro. You straight up and down.
And they would have left out of West Africa speaking Islam, some type of Islamic language.
All right, maybe I don't. Hey, check it out.
Everybody stop for a minute. Everybody stop. This is why I don't debate idiots, and I'm calling Elder Wiggins with all due respect an idiot. You said yes, the E1B1A haplogroup is found in Levant with evidence from ancient remains, the Natufians. Look at what this guy sent me, right? And I'm gonna show, and they don't even know what they're sending, but they are experts. All of a sudden, they're experts. They know what they're showing. Look at what he said to me. Look at what this crazy man said to me. Haplogroup EP2, also known as E1B1. Okay. Y chromosome has had an ancient presence in the Levant. I said in the chat, it's not E1B1A, it's E1B1. That's what I said. You're sending me what I said. This is crazy. Nuts. And guess what? He's right. Garfield, I sent you these three sources. Look at him. Hurry up and read to the audience. Look at what the idiot said. Hurry up and read to the audience what I sent you that says E1B1B is in the Levant. Laugh out loud.
Did it say E1B1A?
Where does your source say that? It's crazy. This is just absolutely nuts.
E1B1A is EV38, yo. It don't show no EV38 nowhere on the road.
Man, these dudes they're just the worst of the worst, man. And you can't argue with them. Because if you argue with them, you're gonna be. And by the way, too, E1, I said, show me E1B1A in the Levant during the time of when Israelites lived there. That's what I asked for. I never talk about Natufian. There's no Israelite during the Natufian time period. There's no Israelite then. You're talking about 9,000 BC. Israelites don't even believe, half of them don't even believe in now 9,000 BC. They believe in a 6,000-year-old earth or even a 10,000-year-old earth. Oh, man. Look at this guy right here. Garfield, doesn't it mean that all the ancient Israelites were wiped out? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, you believe in a made-up ancient Israelite. You don't believe in the real historical Israelites. That's the problem. You believe in a theological Israelite that's saying God chose you. This is why 170,000 people are dying daily, because your God decides to make them die because they're not Israelites. 170,000 people die daily. Think about that for a second. Die daily.
Hey, Lance, your ancestors couldn't even claim to be. Your ancestors couldn't even claim to be a Zionist, yo.
Hold on. Look at this guy now. Present in the Levant, studies have found E1B1A ancient remains from the Levant, including modern-day Israel, dating back to the Natufian culture. Look at this guy now. Garfield is lying. So desperate. You're trying too hard. All right, so let's do this. Let's share my screen, and let's take a look at the Wikipedia article, which actually has the current research on the old Natufian cultures. It says, ancient DNA analysis of Natufian skeletal remains found that the Natufian ancestry could be modeled as a mix of 50% what? Basal Eurasian ancestry is a proposed lineage of anatomical modern human with reduced or zero Neanderthal admixture compared to other ancient non-Africans. 50% Basal Eurasian ancestry and 50% what? From a West Eurasian unknown hunter-gatherer population, which was related to European Western hunter-gatherers. When is this research from? 2016. And then it says, model the amount of basal Eurasian ancestry among Natufians at roughly 50%, with the remainder being associated with West Eurasian sources. When is this source? March 25th, 2024. I yield at this point to the whole conversation. It makes absolutely no sense to argue with people. I think Ngozi had mentioned this early when they was talking about a mixture with certain areas and E1B1A and all that stuff. He said, watch when the new research comes out, what it's going to say. And see, we have research from March 2025.
Yeah, Ngozi is the Natufian king. He knows all the information about the Natufians.
Look at this right here. North Africans are largely descended from late migrant populations from Eurasia. However, Daniel Schreiner, using modern populations as a reference, found 28% autosomal African ancestry in Natufian samples, with 21.2% related to North Africa and 6.8% related to Omotic-speaking populations in southern Ethiopia, which reveals a plausible source for haplogroup E in Natufian. Still, according to Schreiner, the Natufian samples had 61.2% ancestry related to Arabs and 10.8% ancestry related to West Asians. So even with that connection,
they talking about Beige Eurasia.
Oh boy, I'm the liar though. I'm the liar. I just have updated information.
Yeah, but that little Omotic component the answer in the corner. That's where the language came from.
Quick question. Hey, brother Garfield.
A lot of the males is ETB.
My bad. I'm not trying to overtalk you. But quick question, Brother Garfield, on another question to kind of help the brother out. When we're speaking about Ezra, right, in that time period, when Ezra goes back, does he not, I know they had an oral tradition, an orator, but does he not find an actual physical Torah in the temple and preach from that law or temple around 500 BC? Would that be a good date? Maybe we could say for a actual physical Torah.
Say that again, my brother.
When Ezra returns, does he not find a Torah, a physical Torah, outside of an oral Torah? Because when Ezra is sent back to teach the people in the Northern Kingdom, how to, I guess, practice the law correctly, they weren't, they didn't know what they were doing, so they sent Ezra back, the priest back. So do they not have an oral? Do they not have a physical Torah at that point? And this is at 500 BC.
There's no evidence of a physical Torah at the time. There's a tradition, but there's no evidence of actual Torah.
When we read the Bible, I'm just helping them out a little bit. I believe it does mention that of him reading from the Torah, like this story.
Yeah, when Nehemiah asked him 20 years after he's in, he does tell him to read something. I don't know if it's a Torah or whatever. I don't know. What that tradition is saying. We don't know if that's true. I don't think there's a Torah at the time.
Okay.
There's a Torah. The oldest script in Western Northern Africa is Phoenician. Okay. So what that mean? I don't argue with idiots, man. They won't come on here, bring the source and say, post the source. I'm not posting no source because you don't even know what a source is. Let the people judge. Nah, go do that over Brother Barine because you're scared to come on the panel. I'm not showing no more resources. Come on. The apple, you say you got the Kohanim J. It don't mean that you're an Israelite, brother. All it means is that you're connected to people from the ancient Near East. How did you get that? How did you get that marker? Ask yourself that. Anybody who comes from the slave trade and have the J marker, ask yourself how you got it.
Yeah, you got some J marker that he paid in.
How they got it? How did I get a J marker? Conan.
Ronnie, why don't you jump on the panel so we could have a discussion? Stop arguing in the chat, man. Stop arguing in the chat.
You don't have a J marker, bro. You just showed a J marker that's sporadic marker. How you gonna have you only have one marker, bro? What's your actual marker, bro? Like the real number. Like what is your Y coming on marker, bro?
You know what? Let me do this, man, because y'all messing up the show right now. Let me put on this Wes Huff stuff and deal with Wes Huff, and then I'm gonna close out. Y'all crazy right now. Y'all is crazy.
What this all tells me is they don't care about you, me, or scholars.
No.
Or the critical audience. We don't matter. They care about the flock, the sheep that are already there. They just, how do I keep what I have built? Because this damage could, we messed up. We lost this whole debate. We messed up. We're done for. We were imploded. Our castle is to the ground. How do we keep what we still have left? So they're literally lying to their audience. That's why he took the video down, people. He took the video down because that video was embarrassing. It's not about him misrepresenting me. It's about the mistakes he made. The endless. Can we count how many mistakes he made in that video? I can't.
There's a lot.
That's how bad that video was. Forget about him misrepresenting me. That's not why he took the video down. He took the video down because, number one, he showed Alexandrinus on the screen that has the longer ending on it with a bigger gap
than the rest of the other manuscripts. Yeah.
And then his argument was, these ones have a longer gap at the end. The other Gospels don't have this. The other Gospels all have this.
Exactly. Neil, Wes Huff has made a bunch of noise. Joe Rogan, Wes Huff, Ruslan, Gavin Ortland, forgive me for butchering it, Alex O'Connor with his recent video. We have some stuff to discuss. The last thing I've seen lately is a video response from Wes apologizing for incorrectly calling you dishonest or being dishonest in your critique.
So this is partly true, but mostly false. Is just being dishonest with the ancient data.
Is just being dishonest with the ancient data.
You got famous overnight.
for showing that Billy Carson was lying about the Sinai Bible. Here you are lying about the Sinai Bible too.
The earliest copies that leave out the longer ending have an unusual feature. The copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other Gospels.
A feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other Gospels.
Or really just your examination on Danny Jones' podcast,
right.
and for saying you're mostly wrong. Wes is able to tell everyone how wrong he is, but he can't humble himself to say how a critical thinker like you, he was wrong for making the video against you. Instead,
or that I was correct,
or that you were right about that.
It's never that person's correct. It's always what I meant to say.
Or I made a mistake.
The person's never correct though.
He took the video down.
Think about this. I want people to go back and check. People's criticisms are never correct. It's always, well, what I meant to say was, well, what really happened was, here's how it actually should have went.
Right.
It's never, you're right. My bad. They got me.
Okay, guess what? That's what happened to me. I got clearly poisoned the well by Inspiring Philosophy. When he did the video response about me being a liar, two things I mistakenly made and I admitted was wrong and apologized saying, look, my bad. I made a mistake. I have no problem saying I'm wrong about something. But what did he do? The Inanna's Descent conversation, we got the chronology on when he fished information from Josh. Never went on record to say whether or not he agrees now that she was dead for 3 days and 3 nights. Does he? We don't know. It's kind of like that. So here's the thing. Even if you may have been correct there, Neil, we don't agree with your conclusion that the physical body and the appearances were really implied by Mark, because he says, go to Galilee where you will see me.
The angel said he's risen, yeah.
Yeah, but truth is, the text ends with, they told no one. But Matthew says they did end up going to Galilee. So what they do is they harmonize and find a way to go. The tradition indicates that they knew they were going there. Jesus implies to meet me there. Therefore, they went there. And then some scholars come in and go, actually, there may be some theological implications that the 12 were not really the good guys. They're dummies, and they never got it. There are some who hypothesize. I'm not saying this is the answer, but we live in the nuance.
Right.
What if the 12 were never meant to actually meet him, but one named Paul was?
That's kind of where,
I don't know what the answer is.
No, I think there's a lot of Christians that felt that way, especially when you look at the quote unquote Gnostic side. They love Paul and they don't really like the Judean Christians.
There's the rift, right?
Yeah.
So what if Mark is in a way polemicizing, constantly saying these knuckleheads never get it, and there is one who does, and guess what? His stuff is baptismal. You put on the clothing of Christ in Paul's theology. The very first scene of Jesus is being baptized and the Spirit of God descending. That's what every believer experiences.
I just thought of something. You may or may want to cut this out, but that stuff you gave me the other day when we were recording, I drank it and I was
magic, dude. Okay, good idea. So, I definitely get in the fog. I know you write these scripts all the time.
Even when I got home past our recordings, I was still on the zone, right, doing my video editing. For the next 6 hours.
Yeah. So Magic Mind, they sent me. Yeah, this is it. They sent me here. You grab one.
Let me get
don't drink it yet. Don't drink it yet. We'll drink it together here in just a second. We'll take it as a shot. There are different ways you can drink this. You can put it in a cup and mix it in with milk and other things. Different ways of doing it.
But green tea.
It's all natural. Like, this is 100% natural and absolutely good for you. You know how the other day you drank this and you had energy afterwards. Sometimes
we
coffee.
were killing it in that episode.
Oh, 100%. Coffee crashes after a while. And I drink this every morning when I get up. And bro, I'm scripting all day. I'm ready to record. I'm calling you up, telling you, come over. Let's do another recording.
Agave, passion fruit, olive oil.
Yeah.
Christing.
Christing. Dude, and like caffeine crashes because it blocks the receptors after a while that make you tired. And then eventually, you're crashing. You're tired again.
Oh, it's got lion's mane too. That's the stuff that's like the mushroom shit that.
So I don't know all the science in here.
That's literally, that's what it is. Lion's mane.
I know that they've had for 10 plus years, so many like doctors, scientists behind like the research involved in this mix, this shot. Let's take it. Let's shot.
All right.
Let's
I was
do it.
gonna say, well,
Cheers.
Say no more.
Let's burning purple Christing. And it's actually, for healthy stuff, tastes pretty good.
That was good.
Absolutely. So this is going to help us think as we go deep into the Wes Huff beef
Kicks
and
in
drama.
quick, too.
It does kick in quick, and later on, you'll still be good to go, even if the caffeine crashes from the coffee. Also at night, I'll take their sleeping stuff. They have the sleep and the energy. So you're like 24 hours.
For the ride?
Take it for the ride, bro. Here, take more than that, dude. I'm like, Joe Rogan will be like handing products out to people. Dude, take those, start trying them at night. They'll help you sleep faster and good, like deep sleep.
Uppers and downers.
Uppers and downers, baby. Look, if you guys want to try out Magic Mind, it's magicmind.com/MythVisionJan to get 45% off the bundle of your energy. Your energy and your sleep. Don't miss it. I'm telling you, I really appreciate Magic Mind for sending this stuff because it's been a new routine. It's like a ritual of mine. Wake up, go to sleep. And it's amazing what it's done for me. So
that's how you got your stash.
That's how I got my stash.
Well, all right, back to what we were saying.
Yeah. So
I want to get into what happened last night.
You need to, man. We need to know.
Last night, Alex O'Connor dropped a video, and people were waiting for this response because he destroys Wes's presentation on Joe Rogan. He does a thorough takedown of various things he said throughout just like you and I did and Paula Gia did. Everyone was harping on it. Kip Davis did his own video on it.
Yep.
Everybody was on it. And it was like well worth criticizing. There was so much nonsense that was said in that Joe Rogan podcast. One of the things he criticized him for was the Isaiah scroll thing being word for word. And everyone knows that's nonsense. But Gavin Ortland,
not everyone. That's the trickery of apologetics it's just the spelling.
Right.
Gavin
That's
Ortland.
what I'm saying. Gavin Ortland came through and said, wait. Wes Huff is untouched by this criticism.
Right.
Because even though the word for word thing might not be the way that he should have said it, meaning for meaning is still perfectly intact.
Right.
And then it's like, when I heard that for the first time, I just remember it being like, that's not what he said.
Exactly not.
It's Joe Rogan.
And we all know that that's not what Joe Rogan interpreted it as.
He took it as, whoa.
Exactly.
Word for word. So Gavin Ortland's little defense apologetic of Wes Huff was completely crap. Not only that, and I'm going to circle back to Gavin Ortland.
Right.
Because there was a bigger fish to fry in Alex's video that I think should have went first. He should have opened right up with this statement right here. Wes did his own apology video, response video. And Wes tells his audience, oh, did I make mistakes? Yes, I did. But what I meant to said was, he never says, yeah, all the criticisms are correct. Instead, he sort of does this double down.
He was right all along.
I actually knew what I meant to say. So let me just fix it real quick for you guys,
right?
My audience, before you guys think I'm a liar or something. And then he puts on the screen a source from Gleason Archer. And
that's a legit academic, bona fide.
And he goes, what I meant to say when I was on Joe Rogan was I was actually thinking about this verse in my head. And then the quote is literally, even though the 2 copies of Isaiah discovered in Qumran Cave 1 near the Dead Sea in 1947 were 1,000 years earlier than the oldest dated manuscript previously known, 980 AD, they proved to be word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible in 95% of the text.
So just let's walk people.
How would
through
you read
this.
that? How would you? Before we get to Wes,
if I took the
you
Hebrew
read that
Bible
for the first time,
right? If I took the Hebrew Bible we have, right, from the Masoretic, the Leningrad Codex.
But what did you just hear that I just said?
95% of it matches.
That's it. That's a perfect exegesis.
Which means 5% of it does not match.
That's exactly what it says. There's no other way to interpret
There's no word for word.
That was one sentence. I didn't say 2 sentences. What does Wes do? He goes, oh, here's my citation of the source that I found. Previously, and I'll just skip ahead, where 1,000 years earlier, dated manuscript previously known, they proved to be a word for word identical. That and he pauses.
But let me tell you why I said what I said. What was going on in the back of my mind was a quote that I was recalling from Old Testament scholar Gleason Archer's A Survey of the Old Testament, where he talks about the copies of Isaiah found in Qumran Cave 1 in 1947, that they were 1,000 years earlier than the oldest dated manuscripts previously known, proving to be word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible, and more than 95% identical to the Masoretic text, specifically the Leningrad Codex, calling it almost letter for letter with that manuscript. Also, I had only a few months previously to this discussion with Rogan, read Old Testament textual critic Emmanuel Tove's Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible, where he breaks down the variants of 1Q Isaiah B and compares them to the Leningrad Codex, describing the differences with the word minutia. Granted, both Archer and Tove are talking about 1Q Isaiah B, and my statement to Rogan was specifically in context to 1Q Isaiah A, but that is what was going through my mind when I had the conversation.
So, curiously, Wes begins by admitting that he was recalling two quotes, both of which are actually talking about a different text, 1Q Isaiah B, and not the Isaiah scroll, which is 1Q Isaiah A. But if you were looking closely, you might have seen that even here in his response video, he still misquotes Gleason Archer. Listen again, and I'll jump in.
They were 1,000 years earlier than the oldest dated manuscripts previously known, proving to be word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible, and more than 95% identical to the Masoretic text.
Pause. It's not word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible and more than 95% identical to the Masoretic text. It's word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible in more than 95% of that text. Of course, saying something is identical in 95% of the text just means that it's 95% identical. But Wes misquotes Archer, separating the word-for-word comment from the 95% comment,
proving to be word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible.
And in more than 95% of the text, and then he takes the word "but" out, and
Yo, the dude is straight lying, y'all. Lying.
Liar. Scam, flim, flam, lying.
Flam, just lying on the text for no reason, though. Why? To win a conversation, though?
To win a conversation, because it is inherent to biblical narrative. Faith makes you a liar. The exercising of faith makes you a liar. Believe in things that are not there by all means, and double down when the contrary is exposed. So now he doubled down in, and he's now taking the scholar's quote and switching that up too. So the level of dishonesty scholastically is beyond reproach. From a scholastic point of view, this behavior is completely and totally unacceptable.
Yep.
You disqualified yourself by doing just that.
That's crazy, yo. That's crazy.
Bible.
And in more than 95% of the text, and then he takes the word "but" out. In 1Q Isaiah, he fixes the text
of that scholar.
He fixed the text, moved words around, changed the word "in" for "and," and it gives you a pause to make it seem like there's two sentences in there. He's hoping that his audience is not reading the words on the screen.
Let's pause for 1 second. 95%, this actual bona fide expert in this text is saying they're similar, 95% similar, which means 5% he is admitting is not similar.
It's not similar.
What is Wes saying? What is he trying to say?
Wes was trying to say that the 1Q Isaiah scroll is word for word identical with the Hebrew Bible. Pause. And the 1Q Isaiah scroll is also 95% in line with the Leningrad Codex. He took the Leningrad Codex, separated it from Hebrew Bible, even though they're the same thing. Spoiler alert, Leningrad Codex is the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
He tried to make it seem like there are two different things going on. One of them, the Leningrad Codex, is about 95% of what the Isaiah scroll says.
Got it.
But the other Hebrew Bible, that's nearly identical word for word.
Right.
If you don't know what the Leningrad Codex is, you just got duped by Wes Huff.
Got it.
He's hoping you don't know what Leningrad Codex means, and then you get duped for that.
It's honestly, it's wild because for me, what popped out, because I didn't catch this, what you described, I caught that something was happening, but didn't get the impact of like what the implications are. Because the Gavin quote, where he literally leaves out.
That's what I was going to go back to. Yeah. Go ahead. You take that.
No. This is great because I'd have to read it. You have it on the screen.
This is.
If you can pull it up, prepared to read what he left out, that would be awesome.
Good idea.
So here's what happened. I'm going to give you a chronology, if you will, of what took place. Alex O'Connor initially critiques, and we talked, right? Me and Alex were talking, and he's like, whoa, man, have you ever seen this with the comments like this? It was really, really odd to see this kind of wild virality of coping, in my view.
Yeah.
I'll use the word coping.
It is the perfect coping on the internet that I've ever seen.
The only other example I can think of the kind of comments that I've seen come from Dawa gangs. No BS, like Dawa apologetics from Islam. So Christians, just so you know what you're looking like, the ones that are doing this act the same way that the apologetic type community of the Dawa gang is literally acting like. So just keep that in mind. Like, that's why I don't see any difference. I don't know why personally AP is butted up with David Wood and doesn't realize that both groups have this toxic mentality in respect to apologetics. That's my personal perception on the outside, right? Now, back to the point. Gavin brings up this as if it's not a gotcha, that half of verse 9 in chapter 2 of Isaiah, in the great Isaiah scroll, and verse 10 are missing from the Isaiah scroll. He just wants to point out that it is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There you go. Why is Alex bringing this up? I mean, come on. It's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Not realizing that when you speak to experts like our friend and truly bona fide gangster Dead Sea Scroll scholar Kip Davis, who reads these literal papyri, like he's not like just reading a Hebrew text. He's looking at the primary sources, and he could see the epic. He could tell by the way that the letters are. He can read these languages even when they're different and older and younger. He knows all this.
Yeah, and then there's a difference in the old Hebrew style. The yods look like Vybz. They're really confusing.
Bro, he was part of helping Alex with this in this last recording. Shout out to our bro. So here's the deal. Gavin comes in after Alex made that first critique about half of verse 9 and verse 10 being gone and missing from Isaiah, comes in and goes, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Nice try, buddy. Well, why is it in later scrolls? Because these redactors and scribes are adding to the Bible, meaning it's not fixed yet. You don't have a canon. You don't have a sacred text that is standard and this is it. They're adding in material. That's why you can find it in later Isaiah scroll fragments in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not in Great Isaiah. And according to Kip Davis, there is no evidence. So for the commenters who are coping in Alex's latest video that are critiquing me for making this comment, they go, well, how do you know that the Great Isaiah scroll just didn't copy what was in the earlier one that did have it? What? Kip's like, there's no data to back that up. There's no evidence to support the idea that half of verse 9 and verse 10 were really in this earlier than greater Isaiah scroll. It's not there. They added it later. That means they're adding things like they did the ending of Mark, like they did with likely in John's gospel with the fornicating woman or the adulterous woman or the writing in the sand. That was not original in John.
Yeah.
The long ending was not original to Mark. They're adding to the Bible.
Right. So Gavin Ortlund had a blunder that was the reason why I think the Wes Huff needed to be said first is because this is what the whole entire thing was about.
And he had time to think about this.
Time to think about it, and it's an edited video, pre-recorded.
Yeah.
He's looking at the text and he's going, instead of going, shit, he's right. I read this wrong. It was in my head. I read this wrong years ago. And then I went into Joe Rogan thinking that this guy said word for word. But now I'm looking at the text and it's saying in 95%.
Yeah, 95.
Instead of saying that to his audience and teaching and educating his audience as the scholar he's trying to become.
Right.
What he does is he lies. So that was like, I just thought that was so crazy. But Gavin Ortlund made an equally dishonest, blatant lie to his audience, which is what Alex covered very greatly in his video last night. And Gavin Ortlund puts on the screen a source from DSS collections, Dead Sea Scrolls collections / Isaiah. And it says, for example, the second half of verse 9 and all of verse 10 in the present Masoretic version of chapter 2 are absent from the great Isaiah scroll in the Israel's Museum's full manuscript that you see here online. The same verses, however, have been included in other versions of the book of Isaiah in the scrolls found near the Dead Sea.
That's where it stops, right? He doesn't go further?
No, he says the next thing too. And then it says, and the Hebrew text from which the ancient Greek version or Septuagint was translated, 3rd century to 1st BCE. Then he stops the passage. Why?
Yeah, why did Gavin leave that out?
Want to know what the next passage says? This confirms that these verses, although early enough, were a late addition to the ancient and more original version reflected in the great Isaiah scroll. That vindicates Alex O'Connor's first video.
Exactly.
So Gavin Ortland saw this and went, I can't show my audience that.
Yeah, because
I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't support my buddy Wes.
He thought he was going to get. Did you not realize you're debating someone with 1 million subscribers?
But not only that, like you're talking with real scholars.
And there's experts who are watching this and paying attention.
You don't think we're going to go and look at the sources?
You thought you're going to get by doing this?
Right.
So this is what this whole thing tells me. And we still have to get into what happened to you and me and the fallout.
We do.
Though just to give a little precursor of where we're heading, what this all tells me is they don't care about you, me, or scholars.
No.
Or the critical audience. We don't matter. They care about the flock, the sheep that are already there. They just, how do I keep what I have built? Because this damage control, we messed up. We lost this whole debate. We messed up. We're done for. We're imploded. Our castle is to the ground. How do we keep what we still have left? So they're literally lying to their audience. They're lying to their audience and trying to hope that you don't check into this stuff.
Yeah.
I hope that you don't watch this video right now on Mythic.
Oh, no doubt. Look, you know what's funny, ironic, before we get to you and me and what happened and all this, is I'm watching Cameron Bertuzzi, who's Catholic now, right?
Yeah, now he's jumping in.
He's jumping in, but what he's doing is he's critiquing the Protestants.
I know. I was surprised to see that.
It's really fun to watch for us because we're like popcorn chewing skeptics over here going, oh my gosh, watch this. So what's happening is, okay, Neil, okay, Alex, all right, Kip, we get it. You guys have shown that there's, not perfect inerrancy and, scripture is not like perfectly kept by scribes. And we have a lot of issues with the text here. We need to start realizing where's our authority. Is our authority in the text, which isn't reliably perfect and there's a lot of holes? Or is it in the church?
This is why the Catholics and Orthodox are like loving this.
Yeah, they love this.
They love when we pick apart the Bible against Protestants.
Tear those Protestants
because they just go, well, we just have our tradition.
Bingo.
And our tradition says this, and this is what we go with. The Bible can have mistakes. So what?
So they love this.
The hand of God is guiding our church, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Man wrote the Bible. Like, that's what they'll say.
Yeah. And
it was inspired, don't get me wrong, but the errors, we don't care. We're Catholics. We're the church.
The church
or the Orthodox is like that too.
Right. And I think
they are unaffected by these arguments.
Without a doubt.
Because they can just go, we appeal to the church.
We appeal to the church. We've seen that with other ortho bros and all that, and it never ends. So I thought I'd make the comment. The next move is Protestants converting to a more church is our authority, argue with the church.
That's kind of how the Anglicans are already at. They're already at that stage. The Anglican church is like the third orthodoxy type of they dress like bishops and stuff. They still have they still do their rituals and all that stuff. They still do the communions.
Isn't Stephen Anglican? I thought he was. Stephen Boyce.
He is, yeah. So is your other boy. He did your intro.
Speaking of Jonathan. Jonathan. Let's shift into this, Stephen Boyce and Wes Huff and the beef with you. I did my last
Great
video.
Segue, by the way.
Yeah, this is perfect because Anglicans on the block, right?
Yeah.
We did our hit back, right? Wes did this video. It was embarrassingly wrong. He had the actual Vaticanus long ending in it, which debunked his entire point because the Vaticanus text that you screenshot and showed the circle of.
The top manuscript Wesley Huff uses for his argument that the gaps at the end signify that Mark should have the longer ending is, in fact, the 5th century manuscript Codex Alexandrinus that does have the longer ending. So Wesley Huff is actually throwing on the screen the manuscript with the longer ending, not even realizing that he defeated his own argument.
had the longest ending gap available in it, and the long ending was inserted. So what's the gap? Why didn't they calculate when they wrote this to make sure it landed at the end of the page?
Right.
It's just so
we made
ridiculous.
this point on your channel, and the video did pretty well. What is it now, like 150,000?
Something, yeah,
like
it's
that.
pretty good.
The video did pretty well. It got people's attention. There's a bunch of React videos out there, which I thought were pretty good videos.
Yeah.
But what happened was, instead of Wes making any statement at all and acknowledging anything,
nothing public at
nothing
all
happened. He sends Stephen Stephen who's an expert, or he's a scholar.
I actually,
he's a PhD,
while I don't agree with Stephen, I think he's more qualified to talk about this than
He came
Wes.
in, and I thought we had a good conversation, and he totally was like, "You guys are right. There's tons of mistakes here. Why did he have Alexandrinus on the screen? That one has the long ending."
He admitted that.
That was like, there's so many blunders in that video. We didn't even get to the Christmas part.
Yeah.
Which is like,
no one's gotten to the Christmas part.
That video is so bad for Wes. People don't even. There's so much to talk about in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That, let alone the hour and plus it took us.
Dude.
There's just blunder after blunder after. And he's just, towards the end of the video, you just wonder, is he just making stuff up? Talking about Saturnalia sources being late. What does that even mean?
Where do you get this from? Yeah.
Anyways, so he takes the video down. Now, that to me tells you that
he was wrong.
He was wrong. We were right.
We needed vocalization of that, because I really want to help the sheep. Michael Jones, I'm referencing how I called his audience sheep. Now you know why. I'm not backpedaling that. I am doubling down. They are the sheep of sheep.
Yeah.
They follow their masters. Their masters are the apologists. I mean, there's just no doubt.
Look at Ruslan. He plays the Gavin Ortland video as if God himself is in the video declaring the truth to us. And this is objective truth coming from Gavin Ortland. Don't worry about checking into it or weighing the arguments between Alex O'Connor and Gavin. Gavin said it I was watching Ruslan playing Gavin's video, and he was going, "Oh my God, Alex is done for." What did you just see? What I saw?
He didn't watch it.
I didn't hear anything good from Gavin in that video, and they're all like, "Yo, Gavin Ortland, he destroyed Alex O'Connor." What? What did you just watch? They don't care about the arguments. They're not gonna go, "Well, let's see. Alex said this. Gavin said this. Let's weigh these two arguments. Look at what other scholars say. Let's look at what this says. Let's look at what that says." None of them did that. They just go, Alex said something. Gavin responded. We win. That's how they are. And that's exactly how they operate.
You saw my comment section with you.
Any response at all. Anytime. That's the advantage they have over us.
Yep.
We have to come thorough. We have to show the Isaiah scroll on the screen and circle it with red. We have to notice how I brought the Vaticanus and the Alexandrinus, and I circled it in red
to let them
the
know.
Audience can see. We have to do that.
Yeah,
they don't have to do that. Gavin Ortley can just go, "Yeah, the longer ending does actually include in Vaticanus. Therefore, we're correct." That's it. Nothing on the screen. Doesn't have to show you if he's right.
Nope.
Doesn't have to cite anything. You're just gonna, and his audience will just go, "Gavin said it, so it's true."
Right. Or
They
Mike
have
Winger's like that. Mike Winger will do a video on the long ending of Mark, and I think, if correct, I'm hip firing here, could be wrong. Totally okay if I'm wrong, but I think I recall a video where he was addressing the ending of Mark, and he flirts with this ending being a truly authentic thing. And I'm like, when we had talked with Steven, I'm like, bro, it literally reintroduces the day of the week like 4 or 5 verses later. You don't do that.
They have the advantage where they do not have to go half as hard as we have.
No,
to go.
we have to go so hard.
We have to demonstrate to get them to go, "Okay, you got that."
All right.
They just have to go, "Well, I said that I have faith, and so do you." So, and they go, "Okay, I got you."
It's even beyond that, Neil, because they have to say it themselves for their own audience to believe us. And this is why I had Steven come on, bro. Like, yeah, we wanted to talk about the long ending of Mark. Yeah, not saying that isn't the reason we wanted to talk to Steven. We clearly wanted to dive into this. We had done research and prepared for this discussion as non-experts, but going to primary sources, looking at experts, seeing patristic evidence, manuscript evidence. What does the evidence seem to imply, right? And Steven was a good sport about that discussion. I really appreciated him for that. What I really needed to capitalize on was Wes was wrong, right? Because if you go look at my comments, they don't think so. No, they don't have a clue.
It seemed like the public came away with this. Wes wasn't really wrong. He just kind of misrepresented Neil. He felt bad about it. That was not to me. I don't care that you misrepresented. You misrepresented me. There might have been a decent reason for it, because remember he responded.
He said he had only a
short, whatever. But that's not why he took the video down, people. He took the video down because that video was embarrassing. It's not about him misrepresenting me. It's about the mistakes he made. The endless. Can we count how many mistakes he made in that video? I can't.
There's a lot. We could have probably gone through, but
25. 25 like objective, not like his opinion's wrong here and I disagree. 25 things that he said in that video that you can just check and see objectively he's false on this.
Right.
That's how bad that video was. Forget about him misrepresenting me. That's not why he took the video down. He took the video down because, number one, he showed Alexandrinus on the screen that has the longer ending on it with a bigger gap
than the rest of the other manuscripts. Yeah.
And then his argument was, these ones have a longer gap at the end. The other Gospels don't have this. The other Gospels all have this.
Exactly. Not just the Gospels.
Stephen had to clean up his mess and go, no, what he meant to say was,
he was talking about this one Vaticanus only.
Daniel, Old Testament book.
Right, but then he brings it to Mark in Vaticanus only. He does it. So only in the Vaticanus one did he do the calculation thing to try and act
that was a whole.
I thought that's what Stephen was trying to say. He was saying.
Stephen was adding that, saying it's also possible that if you add all the texts, it can line up at the end.
Right.
Which I just think is bullshit anyway. But
what's up, brother? Let me bring you in, man.
What's good with you, man? How you doing, brother?
I had to change my clothes because I'm going out, so that's why the video was running so long. But
it was a good video, though.
Yeah, definitely. But it shows the hypocrisy with Wes Huff, though, that this dude is making it up as he go, make so many mistakes and try to double down on a lie to look good. With his newfound popularity, I don't think he realized he would have been scrutinized so much. But to get scrutinized and try to correct it with a line, I mean, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, if you recall, when I did the reaction video, I said both of them was wild. Remember that? And people like, why are you taking up for? Why are you taking up? I was like, man, I'm not taking up for Billy. I said the reality is, if Billy is talking about the Elohim, is talking about the Anunnaki, and Wes is talking about the Elohim, then they both tripping. Like, there is no difference. You know what I'm saying? It's just the different cultures representing the deity and the deities the way they want to, So it's not a stretch to go from when your man on Myth Vision come through, right? You already know he making mistakes, and they call out the mistakes. You called out the mistakes, so it's not hard to see. But you gotta read a little bit. You gotta have a little education on that.
Hey, Keon, you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here, bud.
What is your understanding of Cyrus and he giving the Jews permission to come back? What is your understanding of it?
I'm not sure what you got on that. What we looking at?
I don't have anything on it. I just want to know what your understanding is. It says here.
No, what I mean by that is I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Now he said, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing, saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. He said, who is there among you of all his people? What do you think he mean by all his people?
Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him and let him go up to Jerusalem. Yada yada yada. I'm thinking of Yahweh or God at the time for the Israelite people, right?
Yeah, all of God's people include all of his people, which is meaning Yahweh's people. So it could be anybody from the northern tribe, anybody from the southern tribe. So he said, his God be with him and let him go up to Jerusalem. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. And he said, look at this part, though, that's important. So that means, right? Remember, this is the Persian time period. So you had the Assyrian exile, the Babylonians beat them up, took over their regions. So those people who were taken to Assyria, their descendants are now living within the geographic location of what's called the Babylonian Empire. And then Cyrus takes over the Babylonian Empire. So those who are in the northern tribes who were there, and then it says in verse 4, and whosoever remaineth, we know what the word remaineth means. Whoever stays in any place where he sojourneth. So those who are in the northern tribes who were there, they could continue. Let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, beside the free will offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. So whosoever remaineth. So they had a choice to remain in Assyria. Remain there. Let me see who's jumping on now. What's up, Johnny Wiser, aka Usual, in the building? What's up, my brother?
What's going on? I'm driving, so I just wanted to interject real quick. The thing with Cyrus, from my understanding, and why the Jews called him a Moshiach, a Messiah at the time, was he brought back everybody and built the second temple. But I've also heard theories that most of the people that came back were actually Persian people moving into the land, building the second temple. That's when we get all of the dualism from Zoroastrianism, all this kind of stuff moving in. But that the Parsi were actually Persian people, the Pharisees, this type of thing, coming from the same root. I don't know if there's any validity to that, but just to kind of answer your question, that's what I've heard. So I'll be quiet now.
With Cyrus, the reason why Cyrus would be the Messiah, writing in Isaiah 45, the messianic tone of the prophet Isaiah definitely signifies that he would be a Messiah, because he's saving the quote-unquote Jewish people or Israelites from Babylon. All right, although Isaiah and Jeremiah prophesied that it would be the Medes, which would make them false prophets, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's why Daniel wrote about Darius the Mede in Isaiah in Daniel 5:30. But as far as coming back, I just wanted to point out, it says, and whosoever remaineth. So that means people could have stayed wherever they were within the Babylonian Empire, which is now the Persian Empire. That was the point of me bringing this up. As far as people coming back, it does say 42,000 in Nehemiah and Ezra, but it does sacrifice 12 goats for all 12 tribes. So all 12 tribes did return back to the Jerusalem era or Judea, and all of Israel was called Judea at the time and not Israel anymore. Israel wasn't used from 722 BC. That was my point of bringing that up.
And the people that did stay were there until the 30s in Babylon, from Iraq until the 36 pogroms, and in Persia, in Iran till this day.
Facts. And that's what kills the whole Israelite doctrine, because those people remained in Babylon. They had butchers. They were speaking a Judeo-Aramaic language or Judeo-Arabic language, and they were still speaking some version of Hebrew, which is crazy. And they were following butcher laws. Yep.
These are Paula Abdul's people. I'm going to jump off now. Thank you, guys.
Cool. No doubt.
Hey, Garfield, this said they sacrificed 12 goats, don't it?
Yep, 12 goats.
So how come the black Hebrew Israelites ain't sacrificing goats? If they the real ones. You know why? Because they glorify Christians. I rest my case.
Facts. And if they would try to sacrifice 12 goats, they'll get locked up.
Yep. Yeah, when you read Ezra, though, it gives everybody the opportunity to return. And also, those who didn't want to return, it let them stay there. But also, I mean, I don't know, man. The Hebrew Israelite movement is based off of the Assyrian Exile and Second Esdras. And once you kill those arguments, they pretty much, I mean, they don't have nothing to walk on. The 70 AD going into Africa, Gideon, I thought you was going to come back this week and handle me. But I guess what? He's gone. But anyway, in Ezra 2 and Nehemiah 2, the number of Israel was 12,000 and the number of Judah was 30,000. And the sin offering was made for all Israel, for every tribe of Israel. So that's what kills British Israelism, and it kills Hebrew Israelites. Because why is he sacrificing to 12 tribes or to 12 if the 12 tribes weren't represented? You gotta rectify that, and they can't. They can't rectify that. They think that they never came back. So once you think that, then you're lost. If you think about it, when you look at Ezra 6:16-7, and the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of this house with joy and offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats according to the number of the 12 tribes of Israel. Why offer for all Israel if it was only the Jews who returned from Babylon and not Israel at all?
Why God need all that meat though?
That's for all the sin that we committed, man.
He got sacrifice meat for sin. And ultimately, the sin that we committed again, I gonna keep reminding everybody. God got upset because we were no longer naked and ignorant. God got upset. The ultimate sin that we committed as human beings were eating from the fruit, which
Well,
gave
he's
us knowledge.
omniscient, though. He's omniscient, so he knows how you think before you do. So he created men for them to sin and then to punish them.
Yeah,
that God is a schizophrenic, in my opinion.
a lunatic.
How am I going to create? Cedric. I'm gonna fly you in from New York and put you in front of all these crazy people, and then say when you respond or react to it, I'm gonna say why you did that. I'm schizophrenic, man.
Hey, God, and you know the thing, from 1 minute he know everything, the next minute he clueless. He asking them questions which he's supposed to know the answer to. He obviously put the tree there, call their attention to it, make them curious, then deny them the access to it, and they're in ignorance, so they don't understand consequences. He set everybody up just because he wanted to smell some dead meat.
Yep. And Nika, you're asking, we're changing the subject a little bit. Do I believe the thing that I heard about MLK, if it's true that he was suffocated and not killed by the bullet? I don't know if it's true. I would have to read the FBI reports on it or go to the court records. I don't know if it's true or not.
Oh man, I didn't hear about that.
Well, they have a video on Instagram, actually. Let me bring up Instagram for a minute.
I mean, do it matter though? At that point,
Yeah, it really don't, but you know, it's interesting, I guess.
It was a hit, yo. They should have been in the hospital with him, boy. At that point.
Yeah, the point is they killed him.
Right, that's the point. And the two incidents had nothing to do with each other. Tried to shoot him. Maybe he ain't died, but he got in the hospital. Right? A wild racist doctor. Well, I'm gonna finish him off. That's who got him. Yeah,
Oh, this is what she's talking about right here, family. Just for y'all, for those who don't know.
From a gunshot wound. Rather, Dr. King died from suffocation. In 1999, the King family won a wrongful death lawsuit against Lloyd Jowers for the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. The jury found that King was the victim of a conspiracy involving the Memphis police and federal agencies. The family was awarded $100 in damages. The lawyer for the King family was William F. Pepper. And William F. Pepper was a friend of Dr. King. And he took on his case and he started digging up stuff, and he realized that Dr. King did not die from a gunshot wound, rather from suffocation.
Now, did the shot actually kill him? And if not, how did he die?
The shot did not kill him. We all believed that Martin King was killed by that shot by Strausser. He was still alive when he was taken to the hospital. He was being worked on in the emergency room of the hospital. And I think the emergency staff were trying to do their best to keep him alive. And he was still breathing and alive. When the head of neurosurgery of the hospital, Dr. Breen Bland, came in to the emergency room with two other men in suits. And he said to the people in the emergency room, stop working on that and let him die.
Craziness.
And then he said, after a pause, now get out of here, all of you. Leave this room. Get out. And he emptied the room. And as he was emptying the room, a surgical nurse was the last one out. And she heard them do this, like picking up water in their mouths. And that caught her attention, and she turned and she saw them spit on the body of Dr. King, the three men. Then she saw Dr. Bland, take a pillow and put it over his face and suffocate him. And that's how Martin King was killed.
This story is so swept under the rugs. If you were to buy William F. Pepper's book, The Plot to Kill King, it's literally $100 on Amazon right now.
Man.
We got to buy the book to hear the truth.
Nah, I ain't doing that, Garfield. They scamming. Nah.
Oh, by the way, there's a story I want y'all to peep. This story here about
you switching to that quick, Garfield?
Yeah, I'm leaving that alone, man. I'm leaving that alone. That's crazy right there. I'm leaving that alone.
Scam. And look, and the reason is $100. The book is $100. Come on, man. That ain't the reason why the book $100, man. It's a scam is why it's $100. Oh man. They do got official medical report, don't they?
Yeah, they got a report.
Yeah, from my understanding, didn't he get shot in the neck? And I think they did say he suffocated on his blood. Like, I don't think the actual bullet.
Just a second. First of all, do you think with a conspiracy like this, you're going to leave a surgical nurse standing there to see what's going on? You think you're going to leave witnesses? You get out of the room. The men in black going to, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Like the whole story makes no sense.
Yeah, you would definitely have to have some type of authority for that to happen. Like, I don't know.
That is straight out of a Men in Black movie where the people in the suits come in and take the scene over and you got to get out. That never, come on. And then they just walked out and these people are alive to tell their story.
Hey, check this out, y'all. Peep this.
You've been a homosexual all your life, you said earlier, right?
At the age of 9, I knew that I liked the same sex. Yes.
How did you become that way?
I didn't become that way. I knew that was my innate nature to like men.
And so, how did your nature go from a natural nature of being a man or male to an unnatural nature of becoming a woman? How did that happen?
You said the unnatural nature of me becoming a woman?
Yeah, how, if you were born a natural male, right?
You're born a natural male,
right? You were, right?
I am a male currently sitting here in front of you.
But how did you go from being a natural male to an unnatural woman?
Who's an unnatural woman?
But isn't homosexuality is like being a female feelings?
No.
What is it?
No.
What is it exactly?
Being gay is being gay, being a homosexual, whatever term that a person wants to use to identify themselves. It's an innate state of being. It means that this is who that person is. If I'm not a woman, I'm a man sitting here in front of you having a conversation. I have a penis, just like you have.
Well, you do have the male parts, but now they're cutting that off too. Did you hear about that? We'll get to that. But do you feel inwardly? Do you feel like a male or you feel like a female?
I am a male sitting here in front of you.
No, but what do you feel like?
I feel like a male.
Inside?
I am a male sitting here in front of you.
I realize that, but inside, do you feel like a man or you feel like a woman?
I am a male sitting here in front of you, so that answers your question already. I don't feel like anything because I am a male.
You don't feel like neither male nor woman?
I am a male sitting here in front of you.
I realize that, but what makes you think you're a homosexual then? If there's not a feeling on your side, why do you think you're
homosexuality is not a feeling? It's a state of being. It's who the person innately is. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with creating a feeling that you're talking about. It's an innate. It's the innate nature of who that person is. I innately am who I am. Me being gay or homosexual has nothing to do for me with being a man. It has everything to do with my preference and who I choose to sleep with.
What does the word innately mean? What does that mean? I'm black and slow. I don't know what that means.
The word innate. The word innate means that it is that I'm not changing. I'm not becoming something else. I am who I am.
Just before we started the show, you said that you introduced your. Is he your husband or your wife? Is that your husband? He gonna be your husband or your wife? Why?
Because we're ending this right now.
Why you want to end?
We're ending it.
Well,
Take
why
this
come
off.
back?
Take this off. When you want to have a real conversation,
I'm having.
no, you're bullshitting me,
Come
and
back.
I'm not gonna be a part.
You've been a homosexual all your life, you said earlier, right?
At the age of 9.
Yo, that dude is what. Yo, you know you interviewed Tazariak, right?
Yo, Jesse Lee Peterson is a weirdo.
He interviewed Shaka Amos.
Yeah, I'm about to say he interviewed Shaka. Shoot.
Dude, weird.
About interviewing weirdos. That's what he says on his website. I don't think people realize who go on his show. He's interviewing you to mock you. He's not interviewing you to say that you're so mind or whatever.
He interviewed Polite and Amanette, I think.
Yeah.
But dude is a complete weirdo himself. The way he asks questions, yo. The height of ignorance. The height of ignorance, bro. You have to know when he like a woman.
Yo, Destiny P said, yo, he's a piece of work, yo. He's a piece of work.
Yo.
You Jamaican, you gonna like this right here. Look at this right here. Look at that big fat woman that boy held up, man. Look at that right there. Oh my God, have mercy. Wow. This is my culture, y'all. This is my culture. Look at this man. Look at this man. This is my culture, y'all. I love my culture, y'all. I love my culture.
Hey, Scarfield, stop. Hey. Oh, man.
Yo, nigga, check this out. You go on a plane and you hear this. What you gonna do?
This is your pilot, Muhammad Ali Abdullah Ibrahim. We just want to thank you for flying Southwest. This is your last flight. All other flights are grounded after this one for the night. We do have bombs on the plane. Mom's Burgers is sponsoring the flight, so please enjoy the burger on us. Once we get in California, there'll be another 9/11, maybe 12% chance of rain. So please fasten your seatbelts and Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. This is your pilot, Muhammad Ali Abdullah Ibrahim. We just want to thank you for flying Southwest. This is your last flight. All other flights are grounded after this one for the night.
I'm out. Immediately, I'm out. Yo, I'm out, yo.
Lock you up, yo.
Yo, I'll put you in his face, yo, just for GP, yo. Don't play like that, bro. Ain't no game.
Oh my God, yo.
Oh man, yo, check this one out right here.
They think they're coming over to my house to fix my deck. What they don't know is that we're not going to my house. We're going somewhere else. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but we'll be there in a minute.
Sorry, this work. Sorry. You guys okay?
Estás perdido, güey.
¿Vas a comprar comida?
Okay, yeah. I don't know what the fuck you just said. Macarena, something like that. I don't know. So we're almost there. Get ready for this.
He took them to the LA County Immigration Office, yo.
That's stupid, yo.
¡Ines! ¡La negra! ¡La negra! There's 6 of them right here. I got them.
They think they're coming over to my house.
Yo, that's funny right there.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious right there, bro. That was funny. Hey, Garfield, you wrong for that, bro.
Did you bring the condoms?
Something wrong with that.
And the alcohol?
Lost his mind.
Yeah, I got tropical wine coolers. Those look refreshing. Care to tell us what you're doing here? Sir?
And he still get away.
Still got it. Yeah, how he get away, yo? That's good.
He still get away.
It's a Nike commercial that ain't never aired.
Nike commercial. Run, baby, just run, do it.
Man, that's funny, yo.
Oh my God.
So this guy is in big trouble. No.
Yo, y'all gotta watch it. This is serious though, right here. This one is serious.
Not this guy. This guy. And it's all thanks to this pop star. Let me explain. Now, the pop star, her name's Sabrina Carpenter. You know who that is. And one day, Sabrina needs to shoot a music video for one of her songs. And she and her crew, they want to shoot it at this church in Brooklyn. So they send some producers to scout out the location, and producers get there and they end up talking to this guy, who we'll just call Pastor, because he's the pastor of the church. And Pastor's like, sure, you can shoot your little music video here. And they agree that Sabrina's people will donate $5,000 to the church. So they agree on a date, and later Sabrina and her film crew, they show up and they shoot her music video, and at the end of the shoot, they leave and the church goes back to normal and everyone got what they wanted out of the deal and everyone lives happily ever after. Until sometime later, Sabrina's music video finally drops. And like all of her other music videos, it blows the fuck up, getting over 100 million views on YouTube. Now, in this video, you can see Sabrina dancing around and singing in the church. And supposedly, some of her movements in the video are provocative. But to be honest, that doesn't really look all that provocative to me, but whatever, it's not my church. Regardless, I guess the video somehow makes its way over to the bishop of the church, and the bishop is pissed. And I guess a lot of the church leaders are pissed too, and they're all clutching their pearls like, oh my heavens. And so Bishop goes and he demotes Pastor and strips him of his pastoral duties, partly for giving Sabrina permission to shoot a music video in the church. Then the bishop also has to, I guess, re-bless the church. Like here's a picture of him throwing holy water all over the place. I guess Sabrina's dancing somehow unblessed it, and so now he has to re-bless it. I don't really know how any of that works, but it all seems very silly. But anyway, here's where the story gets crazy. Because of this Sabrina Carpenter sexy music video fiasco, the church leaders launch an investigation into the pastor, and they start looking into the church's bookkeeping, and they find something really suspicious. Apparently, Pastor, who was in charge of fundraising from 2019 to 2021, he had transferred almost $2 million of church funds to a random law firm and a couple of other companies. And these money transfers were allegedly never approved by the church. So what is this law firm and these companies that received all this church money? Well, they all seem to be connected to this guy, Frank. And Frank is the former chief of staff for this guy, who we'll call Mayor Eric. Now, Mayor Eric just so happened to be running for mayor of New York City between 2019 and 2021, the same time those $2 million money transfers were made. So it looks like the church was illegally funneling money to the mayor during his mayoral campaign. And so now, boom, the feds got to get involved because this seems like a much bigger issue than Sabrina's sinful dancing in the church. And so the feds investigate. They investigate Mayor Eric, they investigate the pastor, and they find that allegedly Mayor Eric had been accepting bribes in exchange for favors. Not only that, he also allegedly, he had friends of his, like the pastor, loaning out money to companies who would then have their employees make donations to Mayor Eric's campaign, all of which is illegal. And so the feds start accusing Mayor Eric and the pastor of essentially defrauding New York City out of $10 million, all to help him get into office, which he actually did end up getting into office. So this looks really bad for the mayor. And here's actually a picture of Mayor Eric and the pastor and Frank by the way, here's the mayor there, and there's the pastor, and there's Frank, the former chief of staff. Now, just as Mayor Eric's preparing to run for election again to get reelected, bam, he's formally indicted on 5 federal charges of bribery, fraud, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign donations. And this story goes public, and it blows up, and it's all over the news. And some of his staff resigns, and city officials who aren't connected to any of the crimes resign. They're like, I want no part of this. And then Mayor Eric's got to go and get on TV and respond to all this chaos.
My fellow New Yorkers, it is now my belief that the federal government intends to charge me with crimes. If so, these charges will be entirely false, based on lies.
And by this point, the people of New York City, they don't like this. They don't like Mayor Eric anymore. He seems shady. And they're like, dude, you're corrupt. You got to step down. And even members of his own political party start calling on him to resign.
It would be best for Mayor Adams to step down.
But Mayor Eric sees all this pushback, and he's just like, nah, bro. And he stays in office, and he continues to be mayor. Not only that, he's currently in the process of running for re-election, so he is definitely not backing down. Meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter's over here, and she's laughing about the whole thing.
Should we talk about how I got the mayor indicted, or?
Now, we're going to pause this story for a second, because I need to talk about this guy again, Luigi. Now, if you've already forgotten about Luigi, because we all have TikTok brain, here's a quick recap. Luigi is the guy who allegedly became disillusioned with the US healthcare system. Then he allegedly got so angry that he traveled to New York City and unalived a healthcare CEO outside of a hotel with a 3D printed pew-pew. He then allegedly fled from New York City to Pennsylvania, and boom, he got arrested a few days later in a McDonald's when a McDonald's employee ratted him out. Now he's sitting in jail waiting on his trial. So all that happened, and kaboom, Luigi's case blows up. And it's all over the news, the whole country's talking about it. Now, apparently, Mayor Eric sees this Luigi case, and I guess he sees it as an opportunity for like a photo op for himself, even though he's under indictment himself and is potentially a criminal himself. He wants to make himself look good by making an example of Luigi. Now, Luigi is scheduled to be extradited from Pennsylvania to New York, where his alleged crime occurred. And for this extradition, Mayor Eric orchestrates this insanely unnecessary perp walk for him, with like 1 million law enforcement all surrounding Luigi. And you can see this ridiculous show here. And in this perp walk, Mayor puts himself right in the middle of it, because of course he does. So not only do you not need this comically large group of cops to escort this one guy, but why do you need the city's freaking mayor to be part of a police entourage during a perp walk? It makes no sense. My opinion, it's because the mayor wants the photo op. He wants to make himself look like he did something. And maybe it's to distract people from all of his alleged fraud and taking bribes. I don't know. Regardless, people see this and they get pissed off at him and they start calling him out. Even Luigi's lawyer calls him out in a hearing.
To have all of these press there, the media there, it was like perfectly choreographed. And what was the New York City mayor doing at this press conference, Your Honor? That just made it utterly political. And frankly, Your Honor, the mayor should know more than anyone of the presumption of innocence that he too is afforded when he dealing with his own issues. And frankly, I submit that he was just trying to detract from those issues by making a spectacle of Mr. Mangione.
Anyway, Mayor Eric's corruption trial is this year, and we'll see how it goes. So this guy is in big trouble. No, not this.
Yep. So that's how my mayor got indicted, y'all.
Hey, Garfield, you know what's funny about that whole thing? Mm-hmm. When you doing something like that, you supposed to already know that you cannot have nobody shoot no wild video in the church because it's gonna cause alarm, yo. So you
he probably didn't know that lady was. He probably didn't know she was that popular. He probably didn't do it. Well, I don't know. I won't say that because if he was doing money and laundering $2 million,
yeah, you know what it is.
He did his research. He definitely did.
But it's not even that. No matter how popular the lady is, first of all, they got enough money to spend 5 stacks on it, right? For that. Mm-hmm. And second point, you just don't. It's too risky, especially when you know you're doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. Yo, you gotta stay out.
You know what's crazy? That one video caused Mayor Eric Adams to be exposed.
No, he caused himself. He caused himself because he was there. He agreed to that. He's stupid.
Yeah.
He know he's doing breaking law, yo.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, if you breaking law, you gotta. He acting like he not breaking law, bro. When you breaking law, don't act like you're not breaking law. You gotta move like you breaking law, yo. That's the rule. Don't act like I ain't doing. I'm the mayor. I ain't doing nothing. Come on, yo.
Cedric, they caught you on video, yo.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I know you probably don't know me, but I was the one that broke in your house yesterday.
You did what?
That's my second cousin, I mean.
Anyway, that's neither here or there. Have you seen a set of keys laying around anywhere? Because this was the last place I know I had them.
Is you serious? Did you really come to my house looking for your keys?
Yeah, why would I go to anybody else's house looking for their keys if I know I have my keys at your house? Have you made it here yet? Because I could glance around real quick and see if I see them.
You know what? I'm about to call the goddamn police on you.
You ain't got to do all that.
You broke into my house. Why didn't you break into your own damn house?
How ignorant would it be from, man, really, think logic. How ignorant would it be for me to break in my own house?
Man, if you don't get your ass off my porch.
Man, fuck your porch.
Yo, where did they get these skits from, yo? These skits are funny, yo.
Yeah, that's a good joke. You know they ain't real. Can't be.
Yeah, I know. It can't be real.
That shit is hard.
That ain't real. But it's funny as hell, though. Imagine.
Better cut that shit out, Cedric.
Nah, that's my second cousin. Look, we look alike. I keep telling him he needs to stop, but that's not me, though. He's from the other side.
This story is not funny, but I want y'all to listen to this story right here.
We have crash out of the century material here, people. My boy here, he ain't my boy. This dude is diabolical, vociferous, iniquitous, nefarious, all three, 100%. Dude is insane. Stay far away. People in prison, watch out if he coming to you. His brother got killed 5 or 6 years ago, and he found out the dude that did it. So he said, hold on, I'm going to lay low in the color like Parasa. I'm going to watch every move and watch how I spin the block. How did he do that? He waited till bro was in prison, found his baby mama, started dating her. Him and baby mama is dating. What did he do next? He convinces her, hey, yeah, FaceTime your man. You know, he be calling from the prison, get a little phone call. Let's FaceTime. Yeah, get on there. As soon as he FaceTime, bro slapped dude's son and then stabbed baby mama to death on FaceTime. Straight out of spite. This is crash out for life. My boy's in there for life. Diabolical. I don't respect this type of hate. This is taking hate too far. I'm a fun type of hater, not life-taking type of hater. This dude is insane. This is some sick shit. But crash out of the year for sure. We have crash out of the century material here, people. My boy here, he ain't my boy. This dude.
Yep, that was nuts. That was definitely nuts.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, that's just weird.
Yeah, real nuts.
That has no comment. That's mental health issues.
Are you a homosexual?
I am a same gender loving man.
So does that mean you're a homosexual?
It is on the same gender loving man.
But just from I'm black and slow.
Okay.
And just for the record, does that mean you're a homosexual?
I could be considered a homosexual.
Are you considered? I don't want to think of you if you're not.
I'm a homosexual.
You're a homosexual?
Yes.
And so you're a homosexual pastor?
I am a homosexual pastor, yes.
How long have you been a homosexual pastor?
I've been a pastor for 8 years, senior pastor, and then before that, prior to that, I was a youth pastor.
Are you a homosexual?
Oh, okay. Why do you think that God would call a person, a homosexual, to be a pastor but not change him? Are you a homosexual?
I am a same.
Oh man.
Dude is wild. Oh my God.
Yo, that shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh boy, time for me to get out of here, man. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Gotta
You
get
guys get okay there before they lock your ass up.
Steve Peterson is funny as hell. I would have never gone. Yo, he never invite me an unk, yo.
Dude, that man say playing out. Why I got a problem with him? This dude is the type of dude that would say, yes, slavery was actually good. It brought us to Jesus. Look at them over there in Africa. We better off here. He says that stuff playing out like that. That dude is wild. I don't know if I could keep my composure in a conversation.
Are you a homosexual? Are you homosexual? All right, man. Yo, I'm out of here, family. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. Later. Peace and love. Thursday, I'm live. Frederick, your uncle got to show up Thursday, man.
Yeah. We're going to roll 2 Thursday.
10 p.m. 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.
For the show.
All right. Peace and love, family. We out of here.
All right.
Peace.